estimates of the Ministry of Treasury Board and Finance for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024. I'd ask that we go around the table and have members introduce themselves for the record. Minister, when we get to you, please introduce the officials who are joining you at the table. My name is David Hanson. I'm the MLA for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, and the chair of this committee, and we'll begin starting to my right.
I'm Richard Fee. I'm the MLA for Edmonton, Rutherford.
Josephine Pond, MLA for Calgary, Bennington.
Good morning, Ron Orr, MLA for Lacombe, Panuca.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Shane Getson, MLA for Laxton and Parkland.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Singh, MLA, Calgary East.
Good morning, RJ Sigerson, MLA for Highwood.
Good morning, Whitney Isaac, Calgary Glenmore.
Good morning, Travis Taves, MLA for Grand Prairie Wapiti, Minister of Finance, and I have Kate White, the Deputy Minister for Treasury Board and Finance, Darren Headley, Senior ADM for the Treasury Board Secretariat, Mark Brisson, Assistant Deputy Minister and Superintendent of Insurance, Pensions and Financial Institutions, and Dana Hoagman, Senior Financial Officer and Assistant Deputy Minister of Finance and Administrative Services.
Good morning, Shannon Phillips, MLA for Lethbridge West.
Good morning, Drew Barnes, Cypress Medicine Hat.
Good morning, Warren Huffman, Committee Clerk.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the members participating remotely. When I call your name, please introduce yourself for the record. I see member here. Thank you. I'd like to note the following substitutions for the record. Honorable Member Pond for Member Turton. A few housekeeping items to address before we turn to the business at hand. Please note that the microphones are operated by Hansard staff. Committee proceedings are live streamed on the internet and broadcast on Alberta Assembly TV. The audio and video stream and transcripts of meetings can be accessed via the Legislative Assembly website. Members participating remotely are encouraged to turn your camera on while speaking and mute your microphone when not speaking. Remote participants who wish to be placed on a speakers list are asked to email or message to the committee clerk, and members in the room should signal to the chair. Please set your cell phones and other devices to silent for the duration of the meeting. Honorable members, the standing order set out the process for consideration of the main estimates. A total of 6 hours has been scheduled for consideration of the estimates for the Ministry of Treasury Board and Finance. This meeting is the first 3 hours for consideration of the Ministry's estimates. Standing Order 59.01-6 establishes the speaking rotation and speaking times. In brief, the Minister or member of Executive Council acting on the Minister's behalf will have 10 minutes to address the committee. At the conclusion of the Minister's comments, a 60-minute speaking block for the official opposition begins, followed by a 20-minute speaking block for independent members, if any, and then a 20-minute speaking block for the government caucus. Individuals may only speak for up to 10 minutes at a time, but speaking times may be combined between the member and the minister. After this, speaking times will follow the same rotation of the official opposition, independent member, and government caucus. The member and the minister may each speak once for a maximum of 5 minutes, or these times may be combined, making it a 10-minute block. If members have any questions regarding speaking times or the rotation, please send an email or message to the committee clerk about the process. With the concurrence of the committee, I will call a 5-minute break near the midpoint of the meeting. However, the 3-hour clock will continue to run. Does anyone oppose taking a break? Seeing none, we will announce that shortly, just before we take the break. Ministry officials may be present and at the direction of the minister may address the committee. Ministry officials seated in the gallery, if called upon, have access to a microphone in the gallery area and are asked to please introduce themselves for the record prior to commenting. Pages are available to deliver notes or other materials between the gallery and the table. Attendees in the gallery may not approach the table. Space permitting, opposition caucus staff may sit at the table to assist their members. However, members have priority to sit at the table at all times. If debate is exhausted prior to 6 hours, the ministry's estimates are deemed to have been considered for the time allotted in the schedule, and the committee will adjourn. Points of order will be dealt with as they arise, and individual speaking times will be paused. However, the speaking block time and the overall 3-hour meeting clock for the first segment of the 6-hour allotted hours will continue to run. Any written material provided in response to questions raised during the main estimate should be tabled by the minister in the Assembly for the benefit of all members. The vote on the estimates and any amendments will occur in Committee of Supply on March 16th, 2023. Amendments must be in writing and approved by Parliamentary Council prior to the meeting at which they are to be moved. The original amendment is to be deposited with the committee clerk with 20 hard copies. An electronic version of the signed original should be provided to the committee clerk for distribution to committee members. Finally, the committee should have the opportunity to hear both questions and answers without interruption during estimate debate. Debate flows through the chair at all times, including instances when speaking time is shared between a member and the minister. I would now invite the Minister of Treasury, Board and Finance to begin with your opening remarks, and you have 10 minutes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair. It's always a pleasure to be here for estimates, 6 hours of estimates. But I'm happy to make a few comments on Budget 23. I would first like to note that as a province, we've made great progress fiscally over these last 4 years. Our progress has really been a result of a twofold focus. Number one, we have focused on positioning the province for business competitiveness. We've worked to improve the competitiveness of our business environment and ensure that we are attracting investment, which of course results in economic growth and expanded fiscal capacity. And Chair, we've also brought fiscal discipline to the Government of Alberta over the last 4 years, and that combination has resulted in great progress fiscally. Firstly, I want to talk a bit about our progress that we've made in terms of business competitiveness and investment attraction, because that's a big part of our story. Chair, we didn't just put out the open for business sign and only back it up with words. We backed it up with real action. We reduced taxes, business taxes, by a third. Our corporate tax rate was dropped from 12 to 8%. We put in 4 years of modernizing our regulatory environment, cutting red tape, reducing the burden on Albertans and Alberta businesses. We focused on sectors where we knew we were naturally competitive, such as the petrochemical sector, certainly agriculture, but more than that, we focused on diversified sectors such as film and television. We have worked hard over the last couple of years to expand training opportunities for Albertans who need to reskill or who want to ensure that they have the experience and skill set to pursue a career in an economy that's diversifying at significant rates. And Chair, we also made significant investments and expanded capacity in our ability to sell the great value proposition that we have in this province. And we've done much of that work through Invest Alberta. And I have to say the results speak for themselves. We're leading the nation in economic growth this year and next. The economy is diversifying at rates I don't think I've seen in my lifetime. And all of this is resulting in expanded fiscal capacity and increased government revenues, of course, which are reflected in our estimates for Budget 23. On the fiscal discipline side, we rolled up our sleeves and got to work in Budget 2019, the first fiscal plan that we presented on behalf of Albertans. Early on, we identified 3 fiscal anchors that would guide our fiscal decisions over this time. Number one, we were going to ensure that we maintained a strong balance sheet even through the dark days of COVID and the big energy price collapse and the contraction in the global economy. We identified that we would keep our net debt to GDP ratio below 30%. And Chair, we also set a goal of aligning our costs of delivering government services on a per capita basis with that of comparator provinces, the average of Quebec, Ontario, and British Columbia, because back in 2019, we inherited a government that was spending $10 billion more on delivering government services than other provinces, and yet we weren't getting better results. I think the latter part of that sentence is the most difficult. And so we set a goal to, over time, carefully and thoughtfully, surgically, bring our costs of delivering government services in line with that of other provinces. We also identified the fact that we were going to balance the budget. Of course, in 2019, we laid out a fiscal plan that resulted in a balanced budget in year 4. And then when we encountered the triple black swan event in early 2020, at that point in time, of course, everything changed fiscally. Our revenues dried up. Costs were going through the roof as we responded to a pandemic within our borders and the economic challenges that we had. And actually, at that time, it was very difficult because there were weeks when we couldn't issue bonds. Those were difficult days. And it was during those days that our fiscal anchors were incredibly valuable to our government as we made fiscal decisions with a lack of economic clarity. But during that time, we identified as soon as we had economic clarity, we would provide a path and a timeline to balance. So as we clung to those fiscal anchors and looked to deliver on them, we did make great progress. Our net debt to GDP ratio is projected to be 10.2% at the end of this fiscal year. The lowest ratio, the strongest balance sheet of any province in the country by far. As of 22-23, so that's the fiscal year that we're in right now, not next year, not the year after, but this year, we will have aligned our per capita spending with that of comparator provinces, Chair. And again, when I say we as all of Albertans have worked hard to deliver that. And last February of 2022, I was privileged to rise in the House and present a balanced budget through all 3 years of the fiscal plan. Budget 23 builds on this progress. I again had the privilege of rising in the House on February 28th of this year and presenting a balanced budget through all 3 years of the fiscal plan. That balanced budget is projecting a surplus of $2.4 billion in the upcoming year, $2 billion in the mid-year, and $1.4 billion in the out-year. And we've looked again to build on the competitiveness of our business environment. Number one, we're maintaining a very low tax cost environment in Alberta. In fact, right now in Alberta, we have a $20 billion tax advantage over the next lowest tax jurisdiction, which happens to be Ontario in this country. That's a massive advantage for Albertans, for Alberta businesses. And that competitiveness is showing in the amount of investment that's flowing into the province. We don't have a payroll tax. We don't have a sales tax. We don't have a healthcare levy. We don't have a land transfer tax. We don't have a capital tax. We have some of the lowest personal taxes in the country, and we have by far and away the lowest corporate tax rate or business tax rate of any province. We're continuing to work on red tape reduction, regulatory modernization, and we're making significant strategic investments in infrastructure, focusing on infrastructure that will further improve our competitiveness and productivity and further position the province for investment attraction. We're also moving forward with a tax credit for new manufacturing and agriculture manufacturing and processing investment in the province, as we've recognized that we're losing more deals than we want to jurisdictions like Saskatchewan and Manitoba and the northern tier states. We're increasing our support for the film and television tax credit, building on the success we've had over the last 3 years. And we're adding to our investment for skills and training so that every employer in Alberta can find the staff and the talent, the capacity they need to grow their business. And maybe more importantly, Chair, so every Albertan can participate in the Alberta Advantage. And Chair, Canadians are noticing. Right now, Alberta is leading the nation in net in-migration. More Canadians are moving to Alberta than any other province. I read an article yesterday in the media again, where BC residents are again choosing Alberta by the thousands. That's our rightful place, Chair, to not only be the wealth creation engine of the nation, but to be a magnet for all Canadians who pursue opportunity, who crave a free market economy, and who appreciate limited government. All of this fiscal discipline has allowed our government to make some very important investments in Budget 23. We're increasing funding for health by over 4%, almost $1 billion increase to health's budget, which is important at a time when our healthcare system is challenged following a couple of years of pandemic. We're increasing funding for education. Our funding is going up by over 5%. That's to deal with massive enrollment growth right across the province. And Chair, that's good news. It's good news for the province. It will ensure that we maintain a young demographic in this province. It's so good to see Canadian families choosing Alberta, and to accommodate a world-class education, we're increasing education's budget by over 5%. We're increasing the budget for public safety by over 13% and justice by 10%. Chair, government's core deliverable is ensuring a safe environment for its citizens and a fair and efficient justice system. We've responded to the affordability challenge very significantly in this budget and in the previous year. by bringing in a fuel tax suspension program, providing direct support to Albertans, families, seniors, and our most vulnerable, providing an electricity rebate. This budget builds on that with support to students and delivers on our commitment to reindex our tax system and our social supports. Chair, we've made great progress. Budget 23 builds on that progress, and I couldn't be more optimistic about the future of this province.
And thank you, Minister. For the hour that follows, members of the official opposition and the Minister may speak. Honourable members, you'll be able to see the time for the speaking block both in the committee room and on Microsoft Teams. Members, would you like to combine your time with the Minister?
I would like to combine my time with the Minister, if the Minister agrees.
Minister, would you like to combine your time with the member?
Sure, that's acceptable.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Member Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Minister for agreeing to share time, our 6 hours yet again together. It might even be scary to add up how many hours we have spent in these respective chairs over the last 4 years. And certainly I have experience with being that person on the receiving end of the 6 hours of estimates. It's exhausting, and so thank you for joining us here today, and thanks to all the officials in the gallery as well. I'm going to start with just some really simple, straightforward, back and forth, questions that I have as I go through mostly the fiscal plan. Every once in a while I'll make a reference to the estimates itself, and I'll try to provide you page numbers as well when I do that. So we'll just start with some really easy stuff. I'm looking at the compensation for public sector on page 98. And we know we've finished off some agreements with various public sector unions, but I want to know what's happening with out-of-scope folks, both in the GOA, but also across our consolidated entities. I do see some increases in funding to consolidated entities, so I'm wondering if we've lifted management pay freeze, if there is another compensation framework, any other policy changes that we need to know about there.
Chair, that's a good question, and as the member noted, we've moved beyond the salary restraint measures for the public service, and we needed to do that to ensure that our departments, certainly within the government, could attract and retain the talent that they need. Salary restraint had been in place for quite a number of years, and we were beginning to fall behind other provinces, and so it was important that we could accommodate those adjustments. And as I visit with directors and board chairs of our public agencies, I'm finding that they're experiencing the same challenge, whether it's the Alberta Securities Commission or certainly in any one of our agencies, boards, and commissions. And so we're moving forward right now with a similar approach to what we took with the public service for the non-bargaining management and opted-out staff. So we're moving forward with an approach that will allow all of these non-union members to move through the steps for merit, firstly, because I'd just like to remind the committee, the member knows this well, that when we froze non-union staff in government and in our public agencies, those staff couldn't go through the steps for merit and experience. And unlike their union counterparts who could still go through the steps. So number one, we're allowing these important employees to go through the steps for merit and experience. And we're moving forward with allowing a similar wage movement, remuneration adjustments to what we've achieved together with our public sector union partners. Now, the member rightly raises, what's next? What's next in terms of framework for our agencies, boards, and commissions? What I can say to this committee is that we're doing some policy work right now. We believe it's in the public interest to ensure that we have a framework that will serve both our agencies, boards, and commissions well around non-union remuneration. We need a framework that will respect Alberta taxpayers, but will also accommodate our, again, public sector management and opted-out staff to ensure that we can retain the staff and the talent we need. Lastly, I really believe that the best approach with our agencies, boards, and commissions is to appoint competent directors, to ensure that we have competent directors in every entity, and then to give them additional latitude to make decisions that a director should make, and even decisions around public sector remuneration within their agencies, boards, and commissions. But we're looking at options. We're looking at other provinces in terms of framework models so that we can have a structure that will assist these agencies, boards, and commissions make really wise, thoughtful, and responsible decisions around public sector remuneration.
So I guess my follow-up on that would be around timing, because we had this conversation last year, and I know that it was kind of a busy year, but I wonder what is happening there in terms of moving it, not just for, I'll tell you the constituents I hear from on this topic. I hear from people who work at the university and the college, so that's one, the PSIs is one, and then I also hear from folks who, I mean, my riding is an agricultural center, so I hear from folks who work for AFSC. It's a center of healthcare. I hear from folks who work for AHS. So can you tell me a little bit about timing so that when I get these questions, I can answer them?
Sure. And again, those are great questions. Now, I will say that in terms of, we have made decisions now to provide flexibility for those entities moving forward in terms of remuneration increases. Firstly, as I mentioned, members can move through the steps, again, for agencies, boards, and commissions, which is important. That's number one. And you're right, we did have this conversation last year, and you're right, it was a busy year. And so perhaps there was some work that we might have achieved, but we haven't yet. However, it remains a priority, and I believe for the next government will need to make it a high priority to move forward with a structure and model and a framework with respect to remuneration for our agencies, boards, and commissions.
So we've got the compensation for public sector on page 98, and so those forecasts then, did they bake in any of that flexibility, or is it just the results of the collective agreements that are baked in there?
No, these forecasts would reflect some, again, movement through steps for merit and experience, and effectively the profile that our unions achieved with respect to their collective bargaining agreements.
So mostly it's the collective agreement forecast and not necessarily the management piece, and that'll get baked into future years as it finalizes in terms of the policy around it, and I guess my only other question on this, and then we'll move on to something else, is there any guidelines, any other pieces of policy going to universities in particular, but PSIs generally, that is different from what's happening in the broader ABCs?
I would anticipate that the next model that is brought forward should, in terms of a structure, a framework for agencies, boards, and commissions around remuneration, should include our post-secondary institutions. Again, I would envision a model that ensures that we're empowering their directors of those agencies, boards, and commissions, including post-secondary institutions, to be able to make important decisions around remuneration levels. I would also expect that those directors are going to continue to bring fiscal discipline. Both are important. We absolutely have to ensure that we're able to attract and retain the talent we need, including at our world-class universities and colleges. But we also have to continue to bring fiscal discipline to the province. We made great progress, and we have to ensure that we have structure so we're not giving that away.
Just on to page 68 of the fiscal plan, we have the transfers from the Government of Canada. So I just want to provide just an opportunity to do any updates on what might have changed, because typically, of course, budget documents prepared in the kind of, they try to finalize everything around February, and then we had the agreement with the Prime Minister and the Federal Health Transfer Agreement come right around that same time. So we have some estimated revenue here at 6 billion going up to 6.2, then 6.7. Is there a clearer sense now that we have that agreement in place, and have these numbers changed at all, or was your best guess actually about what you got in the end?
Yeah, Chair, there was basically a two-part discussion with the federal government around the Canada Health transfer. We have included $230 million of increased Canada Health transfer. That was negotiated just as we finalized this budget. I have to thank my staff and team to make the last-minute adjustments to incorporate that revenue adjustment, that increase in the CHT. We anticipate that there will be a successful agreement on a further approximately $270, $280 million with the federal government on a CHT. Our position has been that any Canada Health transfer should be given without strings attached, because that's provincial jurisdiction. And I know that's the posture that our health minister is taking and our premier when they negotiate with the federal government. But we would look forward, I would hope that there could be a successful conclusion to that negotiation, which would add some additional revenue in year with respect to the health transfer. We've picked up everything we could, everything that was certain, and that was the $230 million.
Thank you for that. So these numbers then won't really change materially, other than that 200 million that, and that's not necessarily baked into the out years right now, but would be next year. Just confirming that that is the case.
That's right.
Okay.
We've not booked anything that we didn't have certainty around. I felt that would be irresponsible.
Okay, just going to the estimates now. I want to just talk a little bit about communications and public engagement, page 238 of the estimates. So we see that the budget is relatively flat. Of course, we don't have the actuals here, but we have $33 and $34 million, and this is fairly reflective of what we've seen in years past. But the ads, as the minister mentioned, are everywhere. And so it's pretty large ad buy. And so I'm wondering if the minister can share with us how much that specific ad buy, the one that's out of province, is costing. When we did the pro pipeline, pro TMX ads, I do recall us talking to the public about how much that cost. So I'm wondering if you can do the same this time.
Sure. We'll work to pull that in. But budget advertising expenditures for the upcoming year are forecast at $2.8 million. Now, it's budget advertising. And right now, we've worked to ensure that Albertans understand the affordability support that is available to them. That's been really critical. And so again, that's really part and parcel of this budget advertising. And in terms of I think, Chair, if I can ask with more specificity, is the member asking is the question around cost related to the Alberta's calling?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. So in terms of the actual amount for the Alberta is calling ad campaign, which, by the way, is working quite successfully. Glad I have my officials here. The total spend to date has been $3.5 million. So that's the spend to date. We are, as you point out, we are going with a fairly consistent overall budget level in CPE, and of course, this will all come out of that budget. I would anticipate that our spend going forward will be very similar to that in terms of coming out of our CPE budget, which is going up very modestly for the upcoming year.
So when we've spent to date, so in the 22-23 fiscal year, 3.5 million. So the anticipation would be then for the 23-24 that out of that 33 million, then there'd be another $3.5 million advertising spend for that particular campaign.
So just a minute. So yes, the spend has been in this fiscal year. That's the spend that I reported on.
And so then the anticipation is that the going forward is around the same, like in terms of the structure of the buy, like we're not going to see a cessation of this campaign. We're not going to see any different types of advertising or more. We're going to see around the same $3.5 million.
We're going to see a continued approach, similar approach going forward on a campaign that's been quite successful.
So I'm going to go now to, again, actually, I'm just going to stay in the estimates, if I might. Just a couple of clarification questions. On page 245 of the estimates in Statement of Operations, we see quite a large increase in AIMCO investment management charges. And I know this is sort of an in and out for government, but there's still a large increase. So can the minister share with us what is driving that increase? And what his approach to when those increases start to come across his desk, what are the types of questions that he asks? Because it's not a small amount of money.
That's a very astute observation. It's a large amount of money, and of course, as the member noted, for any investment management costs that are incurred at AIMCO, those costs are recovered from the owners of the funds in terms of fees. So it's picked up as revenue, but that doesn't at all discount the importance of ensuring that we as Albertans, certainly public sector employees and Albertans broadly, as AIMCO manages the Heritage Savings Trust Fund, that we're getting great value. That's critically important. One thing I will warn Paul from AIMCO. I believe Paul is here. I will warn Paul that I'm going to call on him to talk a little bit more about what is going on at AIMCO. But a couple of things. AIMCO is managing a significantly larger investment overall than it has in the past. Of course, with ATRF coming over and growth over the last number of years, the investment is rising, and of course that will affect investment management costs. Something that I should point out as well, and this is a metric that I pay attention to, but AIMCO's cost of managing the investments is, I believe, about 20 basis points below peers. And for me, that's an important metric. I want to know that AIMCO is delivering efficiently relative to its peers across the country. But Paul, would you like to come and make some additional comments?
Sure, happy to, Minister Tays. Good morning, everyone. On your question on the budget for AIMCO, so as the minister...
Sir, could you introduce yourself for the...
Oh, sorry, Paul Angel from Alberta Asset Management Investment Corporation, the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Sorry about that. So as the minister mentioned, so AIMCO does have a rigorous budget process where we do consult with our clients. As it mentioned, that our clients actually pay all of our expenses. We recover all of our costs from our clients. So we have a budget consultation process with our clients, and that culminates with a board approval of our budget, which occurred in December of last year. And as the minister mentioned, we spend a lot of time benchmarking our costs to our peers. So overall, when you get that benchmarking done or performed by an independent third party, so on average, over the last 5 years per annum, our costs are about 15% lower than our peers. So I think that's an important data point. So as far as the increase in the budget, so for the estimate 24 versus what we're forecasting this year, about 112 million, about half of that is external management costs. So a number of our assets are actually managed externally. So you see that come through in external management fees as well as performance costs. Now, the remainder is really increase in headcount, as well as increase in salaries and benefits. We are investing in our business. We are adding headcount, predominantly in the investment management and risk management areas. So you are seeing an increase of that through the salaries and benefits line, as well as the investment performance costs. Also, what's impacting investment performance costs is our investment performance compensation is based on long-term results. So we have had fairly good performance over the last 4 years. So that is coming into our results over the next couple of years. So that's also making an impact on our forecast and budget going forward.
Do we have the actuals for 2021? Like typically the budget has those, this one doesn't.
Right.
So I'm wondering if those are available just for written follow-up.
We can certainly provide those. Those are in the ministry business plans, so we can provide those actuals for 2021. And well, Chair, I should make a few comments on the fact that we don't have the actuals for the 2021 year. This is the first year that we're utilizing 1GX in its entirety in the budget process, and the combination of the new system and the government reorganization very late in the budget process, that combination ultimately precluded my department from having the ability to provide those that again level of historical specificity. Again, doesn't relate directly to this budget, but the historical specificity on the previous years. And so that was the reason. I should note, I believe there's only one other province that provides those historical line-by-line amounts, and that would be Ontario. All the other provinces do not include it. So again, it was a function of changing systems and ensuring that ensuring that we can obviously be presenting a completely integral budget and set of estimates. The actuals are in the fiscal plan, and they're in at a higher level, not broken down to each line.
Yeah, I saw the, we can go on to a conversation about actuals now. There is that in the historical fiscal summary statement, like at the end, one of those tables at the end of the fiscal plan, there's the rolled up actuals for 21, 22, but not by department. So in the Fiscal Planning and Transparency Act, it does require a consolidated fiscal plan to be prepared on the same basis as the year-end consolidated financial statements. It requires the main estimates to be tabled in February of each year, requires a government strategic plan and ministry business plans, and then requires quarterly fiscal updates, and sets out the content and timelines for government and ministry annual reports. So is there any specific legal advice that was given around the responsibilities of the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board under Section 4 of the Fiscal Planning and Transparency Act on this question of actuals?
We certainly fully believe that we're in compliance with the Act, with the legislation and the requirements. And again, we can, go back to the fiscal plan, page 152, under the tables section. We're showing again all of the amounts related to 21, 22 in the actuals, and again, we're confident that we're complying.
So have there been any conversations with the Provincial Audit Committee or the Auditor General on this and the presentation of the consolidated financial statements on this topic? And is there any anticipation that by the time that we get to the next quarterly, that we will be able to present those actuals to Albertans? Will the system have caught up by that point to be able to do that, so that Albertans can have that picture?
We'll be working forward on 1GX. There's still ongoing work to do. Again, we believe we're fully compliant with the Act at this point in time, and being fully transparent with Albertans. Again, the 21-22 actuals are included, and in page 152 of the tables and all of the other table documents. And in terms of working forward so that we can provide more specificity in future reporting, we will be looking to accomplish that. Again, these are budget documents. These aren't our year-end financial statements. I think there's that's a distinction that I should point out.
Just want to dig into a couple of lines on the ministry financial statements and revenue and expense on page 245. I have a note here that literally says, whoa. And that is around fiscal planning and economic analysis. I have an increase here from 6.3 million to 10. So that's a 40% increase. It's a lot of bean counters. What's behind that?
So a couple of things, that would be a lot of accountants. One thing that is reflected in our business plans is the fact that we are adding a little bit more capacity, and it's important capacity that we've looked to right-size our department here over the last few years, and we're making adjustments where we've needed some additional capacity. On top of that, of course, these estimates include any adjustments to collective bargaining agreements and adjustments to management wage increases as they go through the steps and as they're compensated for additional merit. Now, there's an additional rationale. The Alberta at Work initiative and the demographic studies, the increased statistical support that we provided on assessing the socioeconomic impact of Canada's 2030 emissions reduction plan is included in here. So we are also doing some additional analytical work, and that's going to be important work for the province of Alberta. It's going to be important work for the nation as we work to understand the socioeconomic impact on Canada's 2030 emissions reduction plan. But again, the Alberta at Work initiative also required some additional capacity. So that's reflected in this significant increase. It is a significant increase, but a combination of all three pieces. The socioeconomic work related to Canada's 2030 emissions reduction plan, the resumption of in-range movement for our existing staff, as well as the additional work related to the Alberta at Work initiative.
We've seen quite a large increase in some other lines. For example, minister's office spending, not just the number of offices, I know that those have, because cabinet has expanded, but also the individual lines for each office have also increased. So we see that in 2022, ministers' offices cost 30 million. In 2018, they cost 28 million. And then this year, they're costing 35. When you take the ministers' offices and deputy ministers' offices, in 2018, we see that cost at 44 million. 22, you see that cost at 46 million. So pretty reasonable little step change there. And now we see that cost at 55. So what are we paying for with all these extra people?
Well, there's a combination of things. One factor was the fact that over the last couple of years during COVID, there was very little travel. And so that was reflected in reduced spending from what it would have otherwise been. There's an expectation that there will be some travel requirements again in the future, and that would be reflected in ministry offices' budgets. Again, there's been adjustments as we have worked to right-size government over the last 4 years, and we've made significant progress. There has been some right-sizing. There has been some movement with respect to assignment of responsibilities and ministry offices taking on additional responsibility in some cases, and all of that has resulted in the projections that we're presenting today.
Okay. So looking at page 159, I believe, is of the estimates. No, sorry, it's in the fiscal plan. I'm looking at the fiscal plan because I'm looking at the capital investment piece. Why is Treasury Board and Finance capital investment up 10 million? Is there a specific IT thing we're paying for there, or why's that gone up?
The Treasury Board and Finance capital investment is related to IT, as, that's typically where we would spend our capital at this point in time. So the vast majority of it does relate to AIMCO, and AIMCO is updating their systems, and obviously their systems need to be world-class and require constant work. I would again ask, if I can, Chair, I would ask Paul, AIMCO's CFO, to come forward and talk about the IT work that is taking place at AIMCO. If that's acceptable.
And just this time, when we're finished with Paul, if we would tell him he can sit down rather than leave him hanging, that would be awesome.
Thank you. I introduce myself again, Paul Langell, CFO of AIMCO. On the capital budget for AIMCO, our total capital budget next year is 19 million, and that's up slightly, I think, over 14 million last year. And a lot of that is in technology year over year. But about the increase about 5 really relates to the opening of a couple of new offices in AIMCO. So that's, we're opening up an office in Singapore as well as in New York. So that includes, leasehold improvements. That's about $4 or $5 million in total. But the rest is predominantly information technology.
So just so I'm really clear, in the past, has it come out of a department's capital budget to make capital improvements for AIMCO, or has it come out of AIMCO's internal budget? So why the decision to put that on the GOA capital plan this time?
So that's a requirement because of consolidated reporting.
Oh, okay. So that's why I'm seeing it in TBF. Okay, I understand. I think, Paul, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of just, why do it this way kind of questions, Minister, that I anticipate the Minister will be able to answer, given his background in accounting. But we see a quite large increase in capital grants. And I'm wondering why do it that way as opposed to through capital plan. In particular, the two departments that I'm looking at on page 158 is energy, where we see the budget 22 was 58 million in capital grants, and now we're going up to 205. So that's a real amount of money. That's not nothing. And then similarly with transportation, we see that budget. We had a forecast. We have only a forecast of 676. Planned to spend $1 billion last year. Now we're up to 1.1 and 1.4 next year. So why are we doing this via capital grants, which comes out of a different method of accounting for those investments?
Good. Well, and I appreciate the member concerned about the split between capital grants and investment. I always prefer investment, of course, because the province appreciates those assets over often 40 or 50 years, as opposed to reporting the full expenditure in the year that it's made in a capital grant. And so we've had many of these conversations at Treasury Board over the last few years. The reality is some of these expenditures can only be made through a grant. And so with respect to the increase in energy, around capital grants, that largely reflects the Alberta Petrochemical Incentive Program, which is an incentive program that's paid when a project is operational. Depending on the award of that project, it's either paid in its entirety in the year that the project becomes operational, or if it's a larger award, it gets paid over the first 3 years of operation. And so that can only be paid through a grant. With respect to transportation and economic corridors, much of that relates to ISIP funding. So again, that's funding that we effectively participate in with federal government grants. Again, it has to be in the grant form. And I believe that includes some additional LRT funding, which again is much of it flow through from the federal government into our transportation system. But the member is, I certainly share the member's view that as much as possible, I prefer to see investment as opposed to grants when it comes to infrastructure.
So on this PDP issue, then, those are the capital investment incentives that were put in place some years ago. So that big jump then is the fact that those facilities are now operational. Do you have the breakdown of which? I mean, I think I know, but I just want to make sure and have it for the record of which facilities we're talking about here, so we can get a sense of what the GOA investment is or was, and what kind of return we're getting on that investment.
Sure, I'll make a few high-level comments. This is the Alberta Petrochemical Incentive Program. Now, that program replaces the PDP program. I should note there were a couple of, I think, very significant changes in the APIP program. One is that we didn't cap it, and so that's I think an important distinction. And the fact that we didn't cap that program sent a strong signal to the investment community in that they didn't have to compete with other eligible projects. If their project was eligible, then they were able to count on it, and they could go forward with it. There wasn't a competition per se. In other words, if there was 5 projects and only funding for 3, there wasn't 2 good projects left on the table. Now, with respect to the projects themselves, the Budget 23 projects include the Inter Pipeline, the Heartland Petrochemical Complex. I think we're familiar with that one. Dow's Fort Saskatchewan Furnace Expansion. And this one I think we all knew was their Air Products' new Edmonton Blue Hydrogen Production Hub, which again we're all excited about. So those are the projects that are reflected in this budget. And we know this, that there's tens of billions of dollars lined up for petrochemical manufacture and investment into this province. And again, we have a natural advantage in this space. We're excited about the future of the hydrogen sector. I can't say with certainty whether hydrogen will be a fuel of the future, but if it is, I believe Alberta will be a global leader. And we're working broadly with the industry to ensure that we're positioned as such. One other data point I should add with respect to the Alberta Petrochemical Incentive Program. One reason why I felt comfortable in not capping this program, which would normally leave a Minister of Finance a little nervous, was based on our analysis. Over the first 3 years of operation for these projects, based on the analysis that was provided to me by our department and Energy, we would expect to recoup the 12% grant of effectively 12% of the cost of infrastructure for the projects. We would expect to recoup that in incremental government revenues, whether it was increased royalties, of course, corporate tax income, or personal tax income related to the activity. So that gave Treasury Board the confidence to move forward without a cap on it.
So with the new agriculture sectoral tax credit approach, then, is that, just clarify my understanding then, is that one capped, or was a different way chosen?
Chair, I appreciate the question from the member, because it will be important that this program is well understood across the province. There is no cap on it's a non-refundable corporate tax credit for new agriculture manufacturing and processing investment. There will be no competition required between investment proponents. One thing I should add is that this tax credit was calibrated carefully. It's a non-refundable corporate tax credit, so it does require entities to be profitable, to be taxable, to benefit from this credit, from this incentive. That was not accidental. We have existing players right now in the province that compete globally in this space. We have a world-class agriculture industry, world-class agriculture manufacturing and processing sector, of which the member from Lethbridge West is well familiar with, because much of it is in her part of the province. And it was really important that we didn't upset the natural competitive balance in the sector. So new investments, these new projects that will be eligible for this credit, will have to be profitable and competitive on their own volition. And I believe that's critically important.
So I want to dig into this sectoral approach here. We might as well just segue right into this. I kind of have two more follow-up questions on this topic. I can see both sides on the having a competitive element to it. So what do we lose then when we lose that competitive element? When you were making that decision, what are the pieces that we should still be mindful of if we take away the capping system? Because, I mean, certainly in some of the first iterations, and I think GOA has learned a few lessons on what's out there in terms of capital investment, what kinds of manufacturing is looking for a home here in Alberta, what kinds of projects. And so I can see where we might want to have been in the past a little bit more cautious and then move along. But surely we have learned some lessons from that competitive piece of it. And what were the downsides of taking that cap off? And what are you watching for with that in terms of either cost containment, type of projects, that kind of thing?
Sure. Well, with respect to the Alberta Petrochemical Incentive Program, that's really the program where left uncapped, it could create within a given year a significant obligation from the government of Alberta. And again, as I noted, the big consideration from my perspective was the fact that those incremental projects would generate, over the first 3 years of their life operationally, would generate government revenues through expanded economic and fiscal capacity, through their activity, would largely, in the first 3 years of operation, offset the cost of the grant. And again, for larger projects, the payout of the grant is over the first 3 years of operation. That was not accidental. That is so, again, we could align the increased government revenues with government's obligations. So that was really a big consideration, again, whether we would remove the cap or not. But we also heard from investment proponents who identified the fact that a cap created a measure of uncertainty that in some cases was unacceptable. As the member knows, capital is global. This capital can go anywhere in the world, and there are other regions of the world, whether it's the Gulf Coast, parts of Africa, the Middle East. All of those areas are very competitive in petrochemical manufacturing and processing. Many of those regions, jurisdictions, have very significant incentives. And so as we calibrated our incentive, we had to be mindful of an incentive that provided certainty and an incentive that also provided some fiscal certainty. And again, this provided both. Now, I should make a couple of comments because I think the member is also asking, at least I'm interpreting that there's a question in here around maybe the tension between a broad-based approach and a more specific approach with sectors. And the member's right to ask the question because there's always a tension there. And I believe, and our government believes, that it's government's role broadly to create a very competitive business environment. And I fundamentally believe that because, governments very often don't get it right when they pick winners and losers. Now, we know some sectors where we're naturally competitive, such as petrochemical manufacture, such as agriculture manufacturing and processing. And again, our value proposition is predicated on the fact that broadly we have a very competitive business environment. And when I say broadly, we have a very competitive corporate tax rate, for instance, which is not just marginally better than our competitors, it's significantly better. And that matters. That makes a difference. It's hard to attract investment when you're, 50 basis points lower, 25 basis points lower, 0.25% lower in corporate tax rates than a competitive jurisdiction. But when you're 4% or 3.5% lower, that is significant. And we're seeing that in financial services investment specifically. I believe financial services businesses are very sensitive to corporate tax rates. In fact, Alberta typically on a normal year, this last year was a bit abnormal, but on a normal year, the Alberta government would collect the sector that would contribute the largest to corporate tax revenue wasn't the oil and gas industry, it was financial services. And again, financial services is very sensitive to corporate tax rates. And interprovincial allocation of taxable income is based largely on two measures. One is where the income is earned, which province the income is earned. The other criterion is where are the staff located. And so when we see capacity from financial services move into Alberta, it's no accident, because I believe in part, there's many factors, but in part, they're paying attention to their ability to allocate more taxable income into by far and away the lowest cost tax jurisdiction in the province. However, while it's important to have a competitive corporate tax rate, very important to ensure that companies have the access to the talent and skills they need, which is critical. In fact, I believe that's going to be the limiting factor in economic growth and diversification going forward. And that's one reason why last year we allocated $600 million over 3 years for talent, skills, and jobs. And this year, building on that with more than $370 million along the same lines for the same effort. It's also important that we pragmatically consider the other jurisdictions that we compete against. And again, when it comes to petrochemical incentives, it's Louisiana, it's Texas, specifically in other Gulf Coast states. When it comes to agriculture, manufacturing, and processing, it's our friends to the east. It's Saskatchewan and Manitoba and some northern tier states. And all of that competitiveness work has gone into ultimately the implementation of this agriculture, manufacturing, and processing tax credit, which is really part of Budget 23. I have to give Minister Nate Horner credit here, because he and his team did some really important work on understanding the competitive balance between the provinces and ensuring, coming forward with this proposal, which I believe is expertly calibrated to ensure that we're not undermining the competitiveness of, our great, beef processors in the province that are existing today and operating in a very competitive environment, or our protein processors, or the dairy sector. We need to ensure that existing players, that their competitiveness is not undermined. The fact that new entrants have to be profitable and taxable to benefit, I believe will ensure an equilibrium.
So on this business of competition with Saskatchewan for ag manufacturing and processing, I've certainly heard it from proponents. And over the last couple of years, they've come to me, and I've put the minister's argument to them. I've said, the minister will tell you that you have a lowered CIT, and it's at least 3 points. I think it's at least 11 or 11 and change over there in Saskatchewan. But you're choosing to make your investments in Saskatchewan, not here. So why do you need a sectoral approach? Because this government's approach had been that a sectoral approach was not required. So I heard from them over and over again that the CIT wasn't the most important piece, and that they were happy to make investments in a jurisdiction with an 11%, or I think it's 11 and a bit maybe, or just 11, flat 11 in Saskatchewan, 11% CIT, because they had this sectoral approach. So what changed the minister's mind? Because his answer was no sectoral, not necessary, CIT's enough.
Well, Chair, my answer remains the same. I believe that a government's best approach is to broadly create a very competitive business environment. But the reality is this, that in some sectors where we're naturally competitive, but other jurisdictions offer significant specific incentives, such as Saskatchewan, on agriculture, manufacturing, and processing. And Saskatchewan offers a couple of very significant tax credits. One simply just offsets their PST. Okay, that's easy to identify. But they offer additional incentives, tax credit incentives, that, again, are very attractive in the short term to startups in terms of agriculture, manufacturing, investment proponents. And now, that's not to discount the value of a low corporate tax rate going forward. Again, that's been recognized as a great attribute here in the province of Alberta from every investment proponent I've spoken to. But again, governments have to be pragmatic. And in this space, consistent with the petrochemical space, we compete with jurisdictions that are extremely competitive in their incentives. And so we've had to bring a carefully calibrated, non-refundable corporate tax credit to level the playing field, in fact, to tip the playing field in our favor. I would prefer that governments only worked on their natural attributes. But the fact is, many other jurisdictions go beyond with specific targeted incentives, and at times we have to be pragmatic and ensure that we're competitive. We've done that with the non-refundable corporate tax credit for agriculture, manufacturing, and processing.
So I'm looking at capital grants on Schedule 16 for the agriculture piece, and I know somewhere else in the fiscal plan there is a forecast of the cost of the ag tax credit, but it doesn't look like it's projected for the into the forecast period. So it is anticipated then by TBF that the actual expenditures on this will be further into the out years. Is that what I'm to understand there?
There will be an impact on the fiscal plan we believe in the immediate succeeding year. In this fiscal plan, there will be an impact, but this is a non-refundable corporate tax credit, so it will be reflected in a reduction of corporate tax revenue, and it's not reflected in a capital grant. It's not a spend per se. It's in fact tax relief.
Okay, good. I have a few more questions about, I just want to follow up on the legislation that we passed last year, I guess, around the regulatory sandbox for financial services. Have there been any applications for this?
At this point in time, there's been significant interest and in the sandbox approach, but in terms of applications, I don't believe we have any projects going forward yet with respect to the regulatory sandbox for financial services. But I'm going to put Lowell on the spot and just have him speak to the amount of interest that is out there right now in terms of the financial services regulatory sandbox, if that's okay, Chair, because this was an innovative approach, regulatory approach that really has significant interest by the financial services sector. And again, it's a very narrow approach, but it's one where, again, Alberta's differentiated itself relative to other provinces on moving forward with a very competitive regulatory environment. So, Lowell, can you provide a little color on that?
Absolutely. We've had, as Minister said, we've had
Excuse me, sir, could you please introduce yourself for the record? Thank you.
Lowell Epp, Assistant Deputy Minister for Treasury Board and Finance. We've had a number of inquiries, many inquiries. I would say somewhere in the 10 to 20 range, but I could be low. And some of them are actively looking at putting forward companies. I will give you an example. I can't give you a live example, but in recent years, 2 trust companies have set up in Alberta. One of them is called Tetra. It's active and going, and it's a trust company that holds assets, crypto assets. And so the crypto asset, one of the problems with it is nobody can hold it securely, or many can't. And so these trust companies are setting up and trying to provide that service. So a lot of the applications, or not applications, but interest has been around crypto recently, and certainly other technology. But again, for most of them, it's not easy to talk about because of non-disclosure agreements.
So are these applications that none of these have gone through, the company has set up here, the one that the official referenced, and so they are operating, but they haven't gone through this process with the department?
Right now, there's been significant interest, but we've not had a specific application yet. And we fully expect that there will be applications in the future, but we've not had a specific application yet. But I have to say that, again, I'll go back to some of my opening remarks, creating this regulatory sandbox for financial services, which is the first financial services regulatory sandbox in Canada, I believe sends a message that's consistent with our broader approach to the economy, and that is that there's a government in Alberta that is absolutely doing all it can to position the business environment to be competitive, to be innovative, to attract investment, to create opportunity for Albertans and for Alberta businesses. And, it's an attitude backed up with substantive action, and that attitude matters. It matters to investors.
Can I just follow up on some of the inquiries? Have any of those inquiries been from Alameda or Binance or FTX?
I couldn't speak to specific and shouldn't speak to specific company entities, but one thing I can say is that we are not, as a government, exposed. I mean, when we talk FTX, I think right now we all pucker up a little bit. We will ensure that in our approach with this regulatory sandbox, that our sandbox structure, I'm very confident, will provide the requisite protection for consumers going forward. We've seen some examples of crypto platforms that have failed, and we will ensure that we're providing requisite oversight with any exceptions that would be provided to those that want to bring a new and novel financial services product into Alberta for a short period of time.
Are we finished with the speaker at the podium?
Oh, yes, sorry, Laurel.
Can you sit down?
Yes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So, I mean, we all understand that no longer, but companies like Alameda and Binance have been wrapped up in the practice of holding crypto assets. So are they making inquiries into the GOA?
And what I can say with confidence is that we have a structure here that will ensure protection for Alberta consumers when new and novel products are entered into the marketplace. To speculate on which companies have been inquiring, again, there's been quite a number. I think we heard from our ADM that it's been 20 plus companies inquiring into the landscape and the opportunities around this regulatory sandbox. We've not had an official application yet. We expect there will be some in the future. But I think what's important for Albertans is for Albertans to know that any products that would be offered through this sandbox, they would be offered typically to a limited consumer demographic and for a limited period of time with specific regulatory exemptions, but also with enough regulatory framework that and transparency that would provide important protection. I can assure members that with the structure we have, I'm confident that protection will be provided.
I have to say that I am very concerned about consumer protection around these speculative assets, around this whole world of unregulated speculative assets, which is what crypto is. It's just gambling tokens, really, at the end of the day. And the last thing I want to see is more Albertans get fleeced because they found a home here in Alberta, because there's really good partnerships with fintechs. And it pains me to hear that the only inquiries that we've had, or the ones that are specifically referenced, are around crypto, when we've got very, very good ideas coming out of places like Alberta Central with credit unions around financial inclusive products, non-traditional credit building, social lending, newcomer resources and lending, SME support and lending. These are all the pieces that have come out of actually regulated, above board, good faith financial services actors in this province and elsewhere that could benefit from this. And yet, all we seem to have attracted is a pretty fly-by-night group of folks that have wrapped themselves up in all kinds of, just frankly fraud and loss for ordinary people. So what are we going to do then to make this piece of legislation work for Albertans to provide the kind of back and forth support for program development and actual real fintech partnerships that can actually benefit people rather than fleece them.
Chair, I would want to. I certainly wouldn't agree with the member that all of the companies that have inquired around the opportunities within Alberta's financial services regulatory sandbox are fly by night and have an intention to fleece Albertans. I don't believe that to be the case. I believe that I believe the vast majority of businesses that have been inquiring are inquiring in good faith and would have a novel and new product that they are interested in testing in the province of Alberta under a regulatory framework that will protect consumers, but will also ensure the ability to test a new and novel product. And so again, I believe in fact, I know that there's been some real diversity in terms of the types of companies that have been inquiring, that have been interested. I know just from conversations that I've had myself.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the first portion of questions for the official opposition. We'll now move on to any independent member. I see Mr. Barnes is here for 20 minutes of questions, followed by a 5-minute break after you're finished. So would you like to go back and forth with the Minister?
Minister, if it's okay, can we go back and forth, please?
Sure, that's fine.
Yes, I would, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Barnes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Minister Taves and your staff for all the work you do for Cypress Medicine Hat in Alberta. Greatly appreciated. I have 8 questions I'd like to get through. First of all, on page 150 of the ministry business plans, personal income tax. Last year, the government of Alberta asked Albertans to pay $13.8 billion in personal income tax. Next year, you'll be asking them to pay $14.1 billion in personal income tax. It was a 2019 policy platform of the UCP to restore our flat tax. The members of the UCP in November of 2021 again asked the government of Alberta to restore the provincial personal tax rate to a flat tax rate. Minister, I believe it was said that you would do this when we balance the budget. Now we've had 2 successive balanced budgets. Can Albertans expect returning to a flat tax rate?
Well, Chair, through you, I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I appreciate the member's bent on fiscal discipline and low taxes. I share the member's goal and objective there, and appreciate it. I was clear over the last 4 years that as we moved forward to put this province on a sustainable fiscal trajectory, there was a sequencing. Number one, we needed to get our spending in line, and we identified that the best metric we had, at least the starting point, was to ensure that we could deliver government services at least as efficiently as other provinces. And we've achieved that goal objective this year, not next year, the year following, but in fact this year. I've also been certainly on the record as suggesting that down the road we're going to need to review the appropriateness and efficiency of our revenue structure and tax structure in this province. And I dislike income taxes. I dislike income taxes because they provide a disincentive for effort. They provide a disincentive for productivity and for Albertans who want to go out and work hard. Particularly highly progressive tax structures create that disincentive. And so I share the member's view that we, at some point, I would suggest in the near future, we need to do a review of our revenue structure and tax structure. And I fully understand the benefits of a less progressive tax structure, the benefits of not providing that disincentive for work, effort, and risk, because it's those pieces that grow an economy. If I can add one more thing, we intentionally moved our corporate tax rate, our business tax rate, from 12 to 8%. And I know that national companies are working to find ways to allocate as much taxable income in Alberta right now as possible. It's rational. And that's happening. And I believe that with thoughtful personal tax reform, we could achieve the same thing personally. And I think that's where the member's going.
Thank you for that. Okay. So you're going to review it. Obviously, there's only 3 months to the election, so I would hope for a very speedy review, or we'll see what happens after the election. You mentioned how corporate tax, reducing the rate from 12 to 8 has attracted a lot of investment. And of course, the corporate income tax has gone from $4 billion a year to this year's forecast of $6.4 billion. Next year, you're estimating $5.9 billion. So the amount available to Albertans, to the government of Alberta for services is increased after you reduce the rate. When you were answering questions from the member from Lethbridge West, you talked about how Saskatchewan and Manitoba's tax credit situation in agriculture has maybe helped them more than it's helped Alberta. So again, small business tax. Manitoba's is zero on top of the 10% small businesses pay to Ottawa. Saskatchewan has temporarily reduced there to zero. Do you have any plans to make Alberta's small business tax rate more competitive like Saskatchewan and Manitoba have?
Well, Chair, I appreciate the member's question, because we need to constantly consider our competitiveness and that includes competitiveness, maybe especially includes competitiveness for our small businesses, because our small businesses make up so much of our economy, and they certainly contribute in a disproportionate way to the fabric of our communities right across the province. Certainly I can speak for the fact that they contribute to our fabric in such a significant way in rural Alberta. That should be an ongoing consideration. We believe broadly we have by far and away the most competitive business environment in the country. As a small business, as an owner of businesses, and based on my experience in public accounting practice, I would suggest the 2% rate. Again, for small businesses that qualify for the small business deduction is not a prohibitive rate, is an extremely competitive rate, is an extremely low rate of tax for eligible income. I never believed that low rate to be prohibitive here in the province of Alberta. There were many other things that either made or broke my business. One, I believe, again, for many small and medium-sized businesses in the province, the most important thing we can do right now is position Alberta to broadly create investment. When there are large projects moving into a region, I believe that those projects create all kinds of opportunity for regional businesses and local businesses, whether it's in the oilfield services sector, or whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in restaurants, hospitality, accommodation, you name it. And that's what we're working to do to create opportunity for Alberta small businesses. But with respect to the small business corporate tax rate, that's one that can be reviewed annually.
Thank you. I appreciate that both the flat tax and the small business tax rate are being reviewed. I find it slightly awkward that the oil and gas royalties are not part of the discussions today. And I'd just like a brief comment on that, although again, exactly what's your responsibility and what your ministry's had time to peruse. I believe your budget this year is setting oil and gas royalties at $16.7 billion, even though last year they were $27 billion, but our historical average is $8.7 billion a year. Minister, I believe that a lot of our oil sands plants have recovered their capital investment and are now paying a higher royalty on their net revenues rather than their gross revenues. I'm wondering how confident you are of two things. First of all, that these oil sands plants will continue to pay the people of Alberta a big amount of money, and secondly, if we return to our historical average of $8.7 billion instead of the $16+ billion you've estimated, how are you going to make up the shortfall? Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, that's a great question, and it's one that certainly the members of Treasury Board wrestle with in terms of projecting revenues into the future. And there is a significant sensitivity to oil prices, energy prices in this province, but there's been a couple of structural shifts over the last number of years. I would suggest 2 to 3 to 4 years. Number one, as the member noted, we've had a whole number of projects, oil sands projects, move from pre to post payout. That fundamentally changes the structure of royalty income in the province as, again, pre-payout, just for all the members, when a project is in pre-payout, then effectively a royalty income is based on between 1 and 9% of revenues. And if it is in post-payout, then it's the greater of 1 to 9% or between 25 and 40% of net. And so when a project moves to post, it never goes back. And as a result of that, we are in a new time, structurally in terms of royalty income. The other change has been the fact that, over time, over the last 4 years, we've seen additional egress opportunities. Again, they've not been as significant as we would have all liked to have seen. We would have wanted to see a Northern Gateway pipeline. We would have wanted to see Energy East and KXL. But in spite of those projects not going forward, Enbridge Line 3 replacement was completed, which added another 380,000 barrels a day. Optimization with our existing pipelines has added some additional volumes. Estimates here a couple of years ago was that optimization could add about 400,000 barrels a day. So that's also important. Of course, Trans Mountain is going forward, even though it's way over budget. Trans Mountain Pipeline is going forward, and that will add something north of 600,000 barrels a day. And so increased volumes will be part of the equation going forward with respect to royalty income. But if I can talk a little bit about our royalty income and the sensitivity, because the member's right to ask the question. We have a high degree of sensitivity on energy prices right now. And in fact, in the fiscal plan, we've been transparent with Albertans. For every dollar change in West Texas Intermediate, it affects government revenues by $630 million. For every dollar change in the differential between West Texas Intermediate and Western Canadian Select, it's a $600 million adjustment. Now, for every cent change in the Canadian currency relative to its American counterpart, it's about a $490 million impact on revenue. Fortunately, some of these factors work in an inverted way. So today, I'm watching WTI as we see uncertainty in markets right now, caused by financial uncertainty in the U.S. with the Silicon Valley Bank failure. That's impacting markets. It's impacting commodity prices today, and we see West Texas Intermediates, drop into that 70 range. That's a significant drop. But we're also seeing a differential that's much narrower than what we predicted. We predicted $79 for WTI for the upcoming year. We predicted a differential of just under $20, $19.60 or $19.70 for this upcoming year. Well, we're seeing a differential right now between that $15, $16 mark. And so that's offsetting the fact that right today, our WTI price is lower. We're also seeing a currency trading at 72 cents and change. As opposed to 76.20, which is what we're projecting. All of them offset each other, and which is a good thing right now. Now, lastly, with respect to energy price projections, we took what I believe was a conservative approach. We chose a number that was between $4.50 and $7 lower than the average of private sector forecasts right through the fiscal plan. The expectation from analysts is we will see additional strength in energy prices in the back half of 23.
Thank you, Minister Taves. Appreciate that answer. I've talked to a lot of Albertans who are concerned about the overall spending level and if those royalties don't continue. As an example, healthcare spending you mentioned was up 4%. Healthcare spending in Alberta is now over $26 billion. When I was elected 11 years ago, the government of Alberta spent $42 billion in its entirety. The NDP in their last year spent $55 billion just 4 years ago. This year you're spending $68 billion. And to be frank, the question I've been asked a lot of times, if the government of Alberta doesn't achieve the $16.7 billion in oil and gas royalties, how will they make up the shortfall? Are they headed towards implementing a provincial sales tax? will you rule out implementing a provincial sales tax?
We're not implementing a provincial sales tax. I'm about lower taxes, not higher taxes.
I appreciate it.
And can I make a comment on
yes, you can.
expenditures? I have to say, we've worked hard to bring our per capita spending down in this province in real dollar terms. And again, as the member knows, we set a fiscal anchor of aligning our spend with comparator provinces. We were $10 billion out of whack in 2019. We've eliminated that $10 billion differential as of this year. And I should note that, even in this year, in fact, the current fiscal year we're in and this projected upcoming year, our spending remains significantly lower than population growth and inflation, our operating spending. And we've come, the last 2 years have been significant. Population growth of almost 3% this year. Significant growth last year. Inflation of, in the 4+ range, and then 6.6%, right around 6.5% this current year. You combine all of that inflation and that population growth, and it's putting pressure on government services and the cost of those services. What we have to do, now that we've achieved our per capita spending at what I would say is a much more defensible level, which is approximately $700 per person lower today than it was in 2019 in real dollar terms, again, adjusted for inflation on a per capita basis. Now I believe we need to ensure that we don't increase spending beyond population growth and inflation.
Thank you for that answer. You mentioned it in your previous answer, the banking crisis that appears to be going on in America with the Silicon Valley Bank. Albertans own a bank, Alberta Treasury branch. I was shocked years ago in the financial crisis, and one of the things I remember hearing was that ATB was one of the banks most exposed to asset-backed commercial paper and the losses that went with that. Is your department risk management and ensuring that ATB is on side with their proper positioning, and do we have any concerns about Albertans Bank?
Chair, I appreciate that question, and I think it's a very appropriate question for today as we see what's going on in the U.S. with the challenge around some regional banks. One thing I can say is that ATB is extremely well capitalized today, strong liquidity. And I will actually call on Mr. Dan Hugo, the CFO for ATB. I think it would be good that we hear from him. But we've obviously the last few days we've been checking in with ATB just to understand what's going on in terms of behavior, because behavior is significant at a time like this. The behavior of customers of any bank, and certainly the information I've received is we're seeing real stability. One thing I will say, in the challenge of 2020, when there was so much global uncertainty, there was actually a flight to stability, and there was a flight to ATB in terms of consumer deposits during that time. I think there's a recognition by Albertans broadly that ATB is well managed. Certainly our liquidity levels and capital levels improved during that time. So I will again call on Mr. Hugo if I can.
Dan Hugo, CFO, ATB Financial. And just to reiterate what the Minister mentioned, we have really good capital position, we've got great liquidity. And the one thing that I'm really proud of, that our balance sheet is a lot more diverse than Silicon Valley Bank. So actually all the loans and deposits support all of Albertans, whether it's agriculture, whether it's energy. So across the board, very proud, very strong balance sheet, as the Minister mentioned, grew it very much through the pandemic, and then secondarily very much diversified as the economy in Alberta.
Great. Yeah, well, Dan, thank you for that. One thing I should note, I think members are all aware of the mandate that we have, the government has for ATB, and that is to provide comparative or better risk-adjusted returns relative to other regional banks. And the ATB has been delivering good results. They've been taking that mandate seriously, and I've appreciated it. One thing I have to say, during the challenge, though, of 2020, the spring of 2020, as there were so many sectors facing liquidity challenges during that time. I have to say that having a regional bank operate here in Alberta with expertise specific to the sectors that drive our economy was very helpful. And again, they stuck to their mandate of delivering best risk-adjusted returns. But having that expertise in a regional bank focused on Alberta did really provide. They were a great source of capital for much of our economy during that time, and I certainly appreciated it.
Okay. Thank you. Ministry fact sheet, mandate and structure. You've been given the mandate of reviewing and providing recommendations to collect Alberta taxes, including personal income taxes through an Alberta revenue agency. How far along are you in this process? And of course, Alberta and Quebec are the only two provinces that collect our corporate tax. And I recall a situation where the interest and the penalties that Albertans pay corporately covers or almost covers the tax collection cost for Alberta. Is that in fact the case? And what would the benefits be of us collecting our own personal taxes?
Wait for the next block. We'll just quickly take a 5-minute break, folks. The other room is also breaking around the same time, so beat them to the coffee. Thank you, members. Please take your seats. We'll now move on to a 20-minute block for the government caucus. I see Mr. Getson is anxious to get going here. Would you like to go back and forth with the minister?
Minister's discretion.
Sure, I'm happy to go back and forth, Chair.
Absolutely. You're about to get some from Getson.
Minister, it's been said that you can rope, ride, and wrangle a deficit by some, and I think in the last couple of years it's kind of shown that we had two back-to-back balanced budgets. My first couple of questions are going to be around the general business plan and some of the overall objectives in your opening remarks. So again, you've been really successful at getting these two budgets balanced back-to-back. It's quite the comparison and contrast, quite frankly, sir, between the last administration and what you've managed to do here, notwithstanding the triple swan events that took place, economic crash, oil prices in the basement, and we also had obviously the pandemic, and coming out of that to be able to have the balanced budget and then put money back into the Treasury, et cetera, and back into the Heritage Trust savings. A credit to you and your administration for doing that, sir, first off. So thanks for all the constituents out in my area understanding that fiscal prudence didn't come without some hard decisions and intestinal fortitude along the way. So firstly, thank you to you and your team. I'm curious in a couple of things there, though. Overall, where is most of the spending increased? Which ministries saw the biggest increases in their operating budgets and why? And then which ministries are going to see smaller operating budgets, and then why? If you could just start with that, sir.
Sure. Appreciate the very good question from the member, and certainly appreciated his opening remarks. In terms of additional investment in Budget 23, the largest investment in dollar form is to health, almost $1 billion, $965 million increase to health in the upcoming year. Operationally, I don't think that should surprise many of us. Health is about 43% of our budget spend right now, and there's great pressures in health. We are facing capacity challenges, and these are challenges of frontline healthcare professionals, not so much a lack of bricks and mortar. But we need to ensure that we're funding the new physician agreement that our Minister of Health just completed. We need to ensure that we're funding the what I would suggest were very modest, realistic, and appropriate increases in our collective bargaining agreements. Again, we need to ensure that we're paying our healthcare professionals well, and this budget supports that. The Education Ministry received a larger increase than health on a percentage basis, actually over 5%. And that's largely to deal with enrollment growth, with so many Canadians choosing Alberta as their home. It's a good news story. We need to ensure that we have enough education capacity. But it's more than just enrollment growth. $126 million is going to support the increasing complexity in the classroom. So this will be additional investment with thousands of educational assistants and other support staff in our classroom. In terms of the high percentage increases, public safety is getting about a 13-14% increase this year. Very, very significant. And again, it's not our largest ministry in terms of spend, but it's getting a very, very large increase on a percentage basis. That will put 235 additional provincial sheriffs out across the province in terms of increasing enforcement capacity. More boots on the ground, if you will, right through the province. The Justice Ministry is getting an increase of 10% to increase our capacity in the courts, additional Crown prosecutors, additional court capacity. We need to ensure that every perpetrator has their day in court. We've had too many cases that have been triaged and missed.
No, I appreciate that, Minister. On the rural crime front, obviously, I've spoken in the House a little bit, some of the severity and frequency there, and obviously that catch and release system that's kind of been predicated by some of the federal administration decisions are quite frustrating and alarming. So addressing those, that makes a lot of sense. And then the second part of that question, Minister, was which one of the ministries are taking a haircut?
Yeah, another great question, because back in 2019, there was, some ministries faced some very significant reductions. In Budget 23, no ministries are seeing a reduction at this point. Again, that's the value of doing the heavy fiscal lifting early days.
I'm sure the ministers are happy with that because they were, like you said, doing the heavy lifting and rolling up their shirt sleeves for sure. In the first couple of years of estimates, that was evident to anyone that was here. So we balanced the budget, but you also had a surplus, in part thanks to our booming energy sector, and thank goodness that we turned things around and they did feel welcome back in the area and know that they're integral not only to our province but to the country itself. But I've heard sometimes folks just, take that as a windfall, being good luck and budgets balancing themselves. Maybe you want to comment on how we got there, and what else have you done other than just letting the price of oil float up and taking a windfall, because that's some of the some of the negative connotations that come out, which I'd love to hear you speak to.
Sure, and that's a great question. I have to say that the recovery in energy prices, and certainly the high prices that we had through parts of 22-23, were a big part of the large surplus. That's the reality, and we're thankful for that for this last year. But it's really been a three-pronged effort. Number one, again, higher energy prices have been of great assistance in improving our fiscal fortunes. But again, I mentioned it in my opening remarks. We really focused on positioning Alberta for competitiveness broadly within our business environment. That's resulted in Alberta leading the nation in real GDP growth. That's resulted in tens of billions of dollars of business investment coming into the province. And with that economic activity comes expanded fiscal capacity. That's reflected in our corporate tax revenues. Again, we're collecting significantly more corporate tax revenue at an 8% rate than the previous government collected at 12%. And while energy prices are a part of that equation, not nearly all of that equation. The third piece was fiscal discipline. Again, we had to bring our per capita cost of delivering government in line with comparator provinces. We should at least be as efficient as the average of Quebec, BC, and Ontario. And mission accomplished there. We have, in real dollar terms, in other words, in costs adjusted for inflation and population growth, we've brought down in a significant way the costs of delivering government in this province. In fact, I asked my department to do some analysis. Had we continued on the previous government's trajectory, the previous government was increasing spending at about 4% per year, operational spending. That was almost a full percentage point above CPI and population growth. Had that trend continued, our spending would have been about $6.5 billion higher in 23-24 than what we're projecting. Instead of a $2.4 billion surplus, we would have been looking at a $4 billion deficit.
Well, those are some very interesting numbers in that fiscal trajectory, so great work on doing the heavy lifting there too. And the other one too, there's this old saying out there, if a person's a pilot within 5 minutes, if they don't tell you, they probably will. So again, pretty happy to see the aerospace and aviation sector taking off. When I bring that back to my constituents, obviously in that area, when we're talking about these little airports and diversifying the economy and how that ties in with our universities as well. De Havilland was a big announcement, and I'm sure that is in no small part of creating that environment that you're talking about, and also to help weather the storms. But I did notice on page 15 of the fiscal plan that the estimated surplus was over $2.3 billion for 23-24, and that represents a decrease from the $10.3 billion that was forecasted from 22 to 23. The surplus is also projected to decrease just to $2 billion to just under 1.4 in 24-25 respectively. How concerned are you in regards to this drop into 22-23, and are you concerned with this expected decline over the next 2 years? How is that going to impact us, sir?
Yeah, another great question. And what I would suggest is 22-23 with energy prices, north of $100 for part of the year was a bit of an anomaly year for energy prices. Prices could go that way again. In fact, there are energy analysts that predict in late 2023, we're going to see triple-digit WTI prices again. But that's no way to create a budget. And so we've used what I would suggest, certainly at the time, and I believe continue to be relatively modest forecast, $79 WTI for the upcoming year. 76 in the mid-year and 73.50 in the out-year. Again, quite modest differential forecasts of differential just under $20 for the upcoming year, and then trending down towards $16 and $15 in the out-years. Again, a currency at 76.2 relative to the U.S. dollar in the first year of our fiscal plan, 78.2 in the mid-year, and then 79.50 in the out-year. Again, all of these variables have a very significant impact on our revenues that we generate in the province, and I believe we've taken quite a prudential approach to those revenue projections. Again, on WTI, when we finalized our forecast, we were between $4.50 and $7 lower than the average of private sector forecasts, which is important. Now, we're experiencing volatility in the economy, certainly in North America and globally, again, driven in part by some, regional bank failure in the U.S. And so that volatility will no doubt likely continue here for some upcoming days and weeks and even months. But overall, there's the fundamentals remain strong, for energy prices going forward. Again, the fact that we have an economy that's more diversified, that's broader than it's ever been, certainly in modern time, will continue to ensure that we're generating income and create additional fiscal capacity, not dependent on energy prices, that will support the Government of Alberta revenues. But lastly, Chair, to the member, because this is such a good question, fiscal discipline will continue to matter. We have to ensure that we're managing what we can manage as a government, and what we can manage is our spend.
Well, I think to that point, Minister, it's showing up on Bay Street and also on Wall Street with our credit upgrade. So the first time we've had one in a while, because again, walking the walk and talking the talk are two separate things, and you've done both. So again, to your administration for being able to do this, what we're finding is that certainty out there. They believe Alberta is the place. Like, we were actually delivering on those promises. And I appreciate your conservative approach to the forecasting as well. I was very disappointed when we were first elected to crack open the books and find some of the projections that were there, and a lot of the announcements that came out pre-election. There was nothing there but fairy tales and pixie dust. That's why we didn't have the capital plans. That's why a lot of the infrastructure spends in my area specifically were delayed. And I was happy to see that it was funded this year. So with that too, with the egress on our products, as you'd mentioned earlier with Line 3, and then the other project coming online, that we should also hopefully close that gap in the differentials, which will be very positive as well. But with that, sir, maybe you can just give me an indication of how you come at, or how your department arrives at some of these forecasts. And again, not to put you on the spot, but how certain are you of these forecasts?
Well, I can speak to the first question easier than the second question today. With respect to how we come up with these forecasts, we certainly consult the private sector analytics firms and experts, and we compile their forecasts, and then we ultimately compare theirs to ours. Now, I have to say that we have a very good team in Treasury Board and Finance. We have a team that has been, I would suggest, has had better accuracy than almost perhaps any group out there when it comes to projecting Alberta's economic growth, our GDP growth. But we've also had, real success in projecting energy prices historically. It's been far from perfect, but when we compare the Alberta government's projections relative to other entities, Alberta's been kind of at the top of the game. So again, we do our own forecasts based on what we believe is going to be happening in the Alberta economy, the Canadian economy, and what we believe will be happening nationally. And then we ultimately compare our conclusions with private sector forecasts, and then take a conservative approach. Again, we're $4.50 to $7 lower on WTI projections relative to the private sector forecasts at the time. Now, again, today we see volatility in the markets. We've had financial services failure in the U.S. with regional banks. The expectation is that this will not be, we're not going to see the contagion that we observed back in 2008, but it's a time of uncertainty, and we're paying attention to it, absolutely. And I know that many others are as well, and it's roiling markets a bit. But overall, I believe Alberta is going to be positioned very well to deal with, the economic headwinds that we're seeing right now, in part a response to higher central bank interest rates, an environment where capital costs more again. We're seeing that impact in the economy broadly, and I believe Alberta will be well positioned relative to other provinces to weather these economic headwinds.
Appreciate that, Minister. And page 17 of the fiscal plan outlines the new fiscal framework. I know we're running short on time, but I do want to get into that because I honestly believe that sets up the skeleton, the framework, and the bones for other administrations to follow. So I heard lots before that on the doors, talking to people in my constituency when we were prior elected, that we were spending well beyond our means. Nobody understood what the heck we were doing, and it showed in our credit ratings, obviously. So with that, we're not spending like drunken sailors. We have a fiscal framework. We're going to make sure that there's definite guidelines along there. So not to put you on the spot, but if the government kept up the spending, I think you already mentioned that before, we'd be about $66.5 billion lower. But maybe you can expand on that fiscal framework. What does it really do for guardrails, and what does it really mean to the average everyday Albertan? What does that do for us going forward?
Yeah, Chair, great question. Number one, we've all worked hard to bring our spending to what I would suggest are more sustainable levels. We're at least delivering as efficiently on a per capita basis as other provinces. And governments always need to pursue every opportunity for additional efficiency, every innovative opportunity to deliver more efficiently and to deliver better, whether that's in healthcare, education, justice, or any other ministry. So that absolutely needs to be ongoing. But now that we've brought our spending down to more sustainable levels, now I believe is the appropriate time to bring in fiscal rules. The fiscal rules are a layering of rules that I believe will really result in more responsible fiscal management during what we believe could be some years of higher revenues. Number one, we're going to require balanced budgets with exceptions, important exceptions that will accommodate a revenue structure, an economy that's still has a large resource-based component to it. So an exception is there for very material drops in revenue. There's an exception for expenses related to disasters and emergencies beyond government's control. We need to have those exceptions. There's also, included in the fiscal rules, is going to be a limit on spending increases year over year. That limit will be effectively inflation and population growth. And again, that's critically important. If I've looked at the analysis, had we, back in Ralph Klein's day, or even the day of Ed Stelmach, had we had that rule in place, in real per capita terms, our spending would not have, it would have been flat. If government spent right up to that limit, it would have been flat in real chain dollar terms on a per capita basis. We would have not had that $10 billion differential back in 2019. That's why that rule, I believe, is critically important. Thirdly, we have a rule that's going to effectively govern the way we manage surplus. And our rule around surplus will prioritize debt repayment. It will also prioritize reinvestment of earnings in the Heritage Savings Trust Fund, but it will also allow for additional flexibility for additional deposits in the Heritage Savings Trust Fund, and it will allow a portion of surpluses to be used for one-time, non-reoccurring expenditures related to strategic government priorities. Now, those expenditures are still subject to an appropriations bill and a fiscal plan and the budget process.
Well, I like the framework around it too, and I like the notes on the Heritage Trust Fund. I was very happy to be the deputy chair of that when we first got elected, and part of it is I wanted to look over the fence and see if there was any money in the kitty, and then I was sorely disappointed at the time to see how much was taken into general revenues. And you and I had a hallway conversation, and that was one of my concerns was, could we get off of doing that? It's kind of like the kid taken from the cookie jar, and you kind of told me at the time we couldn't afford it at the time, the financial situation. So to see us turn around within 4 years to be able to make sure that that framework is in place, to make sure that trust fund can still grow, and to make sure that we can keep our spending flat, well done. So I guess just one quick question here for you with 28 seconds. How do we compare to other jurisdictions? If we were to look at British Columbia as an example to the west of us, do they have something similar that in place?
There are fiscal rules of various form held by some provinces, but based on the information I've received, there's no province that has this layering of comprehensive fiscal rules that we're proposing right now in the House, and no other province with a balanced budget to date this year.
Sorry to interrupt, Minister. That concludes the government members' first block of questions. We now move to 5 minutes of questions from the official opposition, followed by 5 minutes of response from the minister. As mentioned, members are advised to ask the chair at the beginning of the rotation if they wish to combine their time with the minister. Is that the case?
I would like to make that request, if that's all right, Mr. Chair.
If that's okay.
Very
with the minister.
acceptable.
All right, we go ahead, Member Phillips.
Okay, very good. I think we need to talk a little bit about this Alberta Fund because I just reviewed the legislation. I will say on budget day, I had a regional reporter, a really young guy, say to me in kind of an alarmed tone, so what is this? Sounds a bit dangerous to allow the government the power to spend a bunch of money on one-time spending. And I said, well, I'll look into it and I'll have a look at what the legislation says. So Section 11 of the Act creates an account within the GRF, and it's calculated after a projection of a surplus and an allocation of some funds to debt. And we can maybe talk about that later in terms of the return on investment of investment in debt as opposed to investment in a heritage fund and some of the analysis and calculations, but we'll get back to that. So the way this legislation reads to me, and the way it reads on the page, is that after that projection happens, the minister can make a projection at any time after the budget passes, and then the responsible minister may allocate from the Alberta Fund any amount to debt repayment. So even after the calculations are made at the initial debt repayment, you can go back, that's fine. With the approval of Treasury Board, this is Section 3B, pay from GRF to Alberta Heritage Fund any amount from the Alberta Fund into AHSTF. Or subjects to sections 11.2 to 11.6, with the approval of Treasury Board, allocate from the Alberta amount any amount for one-time spending initiatives. And in respect of a fiscal year, the minister may make interim allocations based on projections of the surplus cash of the GRF that will be generated for that fiscal year. So the way I read this is that after the budget passes, at any time, that calculation can be made outside of quarterly reporting, outside of the oversight of the legislature, inside an election window, any time. It can happen at the stroke of a pen outside of the legislature around the Treasury Board table, as long as it is for one-time spending. It does not appear to me that there are any other controls on this. And it is based then on projections. And we have a situation here where GOA projections that are baked into the budget seem, many of them anyway, to be quite a bit over the private sector. For example, on housing starts, GDP, on employment. The GOA forecasts are quite a bit higher than what everyone else says. So here we have a situation where GOA projections are more than the private sector. A minister can then take those projections, calculate a surplus that is not contained in this document, that is not voted on in the legislature as a matter of confidence, and then allocate it immediately. And in whatever time window, outside of quarterly reporting, Fiscal Transparency Act, and so on. And I don't see any sections in, maybe I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected here, where these allocations are subjected to an Appropriations Act. And we go before the legislature before we spend them. So I want to know what the oversight is over these extra billions, because otherwise I am left with the impression that I don't even know what we're doing here. If the minister can just spend extra money, first of all, project whatever it's going to be, and then spend it with Treasury Board approval, and spend it inside or 75 days out of an election window, what is even the point of a budget process? This does not seem like something that inspires confidence for Albertans. And I think Albertans would at least want to see that these new powers to spend this so-called Alberta Fund will not be used, on April 15th, right before an election. And I think we need a guarantee to the people of Alberta that these funds will not be allocated on an interim basis just a few days after the budget passes and a few weeks before an election day. And I think we need an ironclad assurance that that will not happen. So I'm looking for a pretty clear answer on that.
Chair, guaranteed. This spending of the government of Alberta is subject to an appropriations bill and is subject to the oversight and diligence of the budget process. And so, again, any funds held in the Alberta Fund have to be, you noted it accurately, prioritize debt repayment. At least 50% of any surplus has to go to debt repayment that's maturing in the year. Any amounts not designated to debt repayment go into the Alberta Fund, and again, to be held for future debt repayment, transfer to the Heritage Savings Trust Fund, or one-time non-recurring expenditures consistent with strategic government priorities. But those expenditures are subject to an appropriations bill. Now, we do, within an appropriations bill, the bill that we're working on right now on the floor, we have a contingency amount, $1.5 billion contingency, which is necessary with these new fiscal rules. So we can accommodate an unforeseen event, a disaster, drought, fire, flood. Lord, let it not happen this year, but we have to make sure that we could accommodate it if it does within our contingency. But any spending out of the Alberta Fund is subject to an appropriations bill and the budget process. Effectively, what this Alberta Fund does, it would allow the government to perhaps fund an infrastructure project. Again, a project that goes through the appropriations bill process. But it would allow the government to fund a strategic infrastructure project from something other than borrowed money. We would have some cash in the Alberta Fund that could, in fact, provide the cash. That's really what this accomplishes.
So what are the reins on the contingency fund? That's $1.5 billion. Is there a way for government to spend that on April 15th?
Well, the contingency fund is kept set aside for disasters and expenses that relate to emergencies that can't be anticipated. It can also be used for, again, unanticipated pressures, for instance, in our healthcare system that could arise. We've come through a few years where that's been necessary, and that's what a contingency fund is for, and that's what a contingency fund would be used for.
So can Alberta Fund funds be expended and then an appropriations bill be brought in after the fact? That's the first question I have on that. And can anyone point me to the section of the Act where it requires the expenditures from Alberta Fund are required to go through an Appropriations Act process? Because I'm seeing in Section 11 that the responsible minister may, with approval of Treasury Board and Finance, make interim allocations based on projection of surplus for that fiscal year. I don't see anything in here about an Appropriations Act.
So we can debate the details of the bill on the floor, but I can assure the member, Chair, that any spending out of the Alberta Fund for these one-time projects will be subject to the appropriations bill and the budget process. It's absolutely necessary. And any spending out of the Alberta Fund also is subject to the fiscal rules, which these fiscal rules will bring in much more discipline and diligence to in-year government spending. And that's one reason why we've increased the contingency to $1.5 billion, because effectively there are only a couple of exceptions for spending beyond the budgeted appropriations bill. And those exceptions are if there are disasters and emergency expenses as declared by an order in council beyond the contingency. That's an exception. We have to have it. We can't predict that we won't have another 2021 style drought right across the province and have AFSC insurance, crop insurance indemnity. So we have to have that exception. Another exception is for, again, spending related to the Alberta Petrochemical Incentive Program. Again, that would be an exception. And for spending related to dedicated revenue. In other words, in the event the federal government sends a lot of funding in year to the province of Alberta, this fiscal rule will allow the province to actually increase spending for that project specifically because of the dedicated revenue. Those are the only exceptions. Supplementary appropriation bills beyond that will not be acceptable in the future.
So what I'm hearing, though, is that there is no provision for this to become an Appropriations Act, and that is not in this bill, and therefore the government will be accepting an amendment.
Thank you, member. We'll now move on to the independent member. I see Mr. Barnes is ready to hit the road running.
Thank you again.
Back and forth with the minister again.
Minister, please, if we can go back and forth, continue that. Thank you.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Minister. I want to pick up where I left off in your business plan, your mandate and structure. I find it interesting that the first bullet starts talking about your department leading government's fiscal planning and creating an environment that attracts investment and job creators. My goodness, we hear continually about how Ottawa's values don't match Alberta's values. We hear continually how the high taxation and the money printing and the big spending in Ottawa actually harms all of Canada. And we also hear on the other side that 26 American states are actually looking at reducing their tax burden right now on their businesses and their citizens. So that will make things tougher. So then the next three bullets, your mandate, I find very, very important, and I'd very much like to hear, what your plans are. And we ended the last session with talking about reviewing and providing recommendations to collect Alberta taxes. Of course, we already collect our corporate taxes. Quebec collects Quebec's personal taxes. I still find it amazing that a couple of federal elections ago, Quebec asked if they could collect Ottawa's share of the taxes, and Andrew Scheer, who was running for the Conservatives at that point, agreed. It was Justin Trudeau who disagreed. So I guess what I'm saying is Quebec may be our greatest ally in strengthening the Canadian Confederation by having provinces more, stronger and more decentralized decision making. When can we collect our own personal taxes?
Well, Chair, that's a really appropriate question because this was part of my mandate letter from the Premier, and that's of course one reason why it appears in our business plans. The work is ongoing right now within the department around analyzing the costs and opportunities related to an Alberta Revenue Agency. As Chair, as the member appropriately pointed out, we do this corporately. And so the question is, should we be doing it provincially? Now, I would want to draw a distinction there. I believe there's a significant distinction between perhaps the opportunity of collecting all of the personal income tax, federal and provincial, versus collecting just the provincial. Quebec would be an ally of Alberta on collecting all of the personal income tax, and so they would be a natural ally of Alberta's. But with respect to collecting just the provincial portion, these are some of the considerations that we're weighing out. Again, there will be a further report in the future, but the considerations around a cost. This no doubt would have a cost for Alberta. It would result in increased bureaucracy. In fact, our initial work shows thousands of additional staff in a tax revenue agency, Alberta Revenue Agency, around the collection of personal provincial income taxes. Again, not necessarily mean we shouldn't do it, but it would be a consideration. We would also have to consider the costs of systems. Our expectation is the cost would be in the billions for systems and that we would have to set up right now, IT systems, to appropriately collect and manage an Alberta income tax and have a personalized Alberta income tax structure out there, I think, like we might all envision. Of course, the other requirement would be that Albertans would have to file 2 tax returns, which we do corporately. We know what that looks like on the corporate side, but personally, that would be a consideration for sure as we make that decision. Now, there's one other consideration that I think perhaps is not obvious. Right now, the Canada Revenue Agency they collect, as the member pointed out, they collect both the federal and provincial taxes on our behalf. They also, right now, eat all the losses on uncollectible amounts, and they bear all the cost of penalties, both of which are not insignificant. And we're doing some work to try to quantify those amounts. But those are the considerations in play. I personally, we're going to do the work. It's critical that we do the work, and so that we broadly as a government and as a province, that we Albertans know the opportunities and costs. But when it comes to this decision, I really believe there's a real distinction with perhaps having the ability to collect all of the personal income tax as opposed to just the provincial portion.
Thank you. I agree. Minister, that's 3 or 4 things that your department's reviewing, from a return to our flat tax to eliminating the 2% small tax to reviewing this. As you start to answer the next question, do you have any timelines for when these reviews will be done? But I just want to jump ahead because time's limited. Over 62% of Albertans voted to end equalization. Of course, this was a huge promise in the 2019 campaign, and it's been very, very quiet since, if not totally quiet. What efforts has your department made to actually end the $25 billion a year plus that Albertans send to Ottawa, where a large part of that is equalization? And what successes have you had, and do we have a time frame where we might expect some results? Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, that's a great question. And I can say at a high level that there is policy work going on right now with respect to options around options and an approach around ending equalization. Obviously, that's going to be a really challenging task, but because other provinces will have something to say about that, as you would expect. However, there is policy work being done right now, and there's a strategic plan being put together around that whole question. But in the meantime, there's progress that we need to make, because in the meantime, we have an equalization program with a formula that's absolutely unfair, and with an equalization program, federal fiscal transfer program, that provides disincentive for every province to maximize investment attraction and grow their economy. There's some mileage that we need to make there. We, of course, as a province broadly, have a goal of ensuring that any federal fiscal transfer program doesn't provide a disincentive for every province to maximize investment attraction and economic growth and fiscal capacity. Right now, equalization, I believe, gets in the way of that objective. I can, Chair, through you, tell the member that when we last met as finance ministers in Toronto, I raised the greater questions and issues that Albertans consider around equalization, and the whole issue of a program that provides a disincentive for economic growth. There's a few things that we could change. Number one, we would want to change the way Quebec includes or values their hydro industry, the income effectively that they generate, the wealth that they generate from their hydro income. We believe that it's not market-based. And our expectation was that if it could be market-based, it would greatly reduce the size of the equalization program and the amount that is going to Quebec. Secondly, there's a floor mechanism that grows the size of the equalization program, even as income disparity narrows across the country. That results in some provinces being, quote unquote, over-equalized. Ontario will be in that position this year. Ontario's fiscal capacity will exceed the national average, and yet they're likely to receive some equalization funds because of this floor mechanism that pushes it up. We're pushing policy right now around changing that mechanism to either eliminate the floor or to ensure a much more equitable distribution of equalization funds beyond the average of fiscal capacity in the country. So we're in the interim, we're making some progress. We believe certainly as we advocate for Alberta's position around equalization, but in the longer term, there's some work done on fundamental changes.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, it's I guess it's more than frustrating that equalization has been in effect for 60 years and the problems are well understood, but it never changes. And I think it's crucial to push for results. In the last minute that's left, I'm just going to try to take 30 seconds. Alberta's own pension plan would be $5 billion a year plus in benefits for all Albertans, whether, particularly higher premiums for our seniors and our retirees or lower costs for our companies and our employees. How good would that be? I absolutely believe that the Alberta government needs to take this to a referendum for Albertans because pensions are crucial. But I also absolutely believe that your government's been very, very quiet about the benefits and the results. What are your plans about an Alberta pension plan?
So I expect there'll be other members with questions around it today. Right now, we're completing the work. We received a data set in December, a data set that brings us right up to December 31st, 21. We're updating the report for that data set prior to release.
Sorry to interrupt. Minister will now move to the government caucus for a 10-minute back and forth with the minister, and I see Member Isaac.
Thank you very much, Chair. And through you, Chair, to the Minister, I want to ask you a few questions that you've already talked a little bit about, but I want to ask them in a way so that people who might be watching and others who might watch this on their computers later on might have a better understanding of a few things contained in Budget 22-23, or 23-24 rather. So on page 19, when you're talking about in-year expense growth, can you explain to the folks out there about the need to legislate on to limit the in-year expense growth? Can you just speak a little bit to that first?
Yes, Chair, absolutely. Appreciate the question. And the member's question is really, what I believe, what was the motivation to bring in a rule that limits year-over-year expense increases to population growth and inflation? And I'm happy to make a few comments. Firstly, if it's really government's responsibility to deliver most efficiently, year in, year out, to have the utmost respect for Alberta taxpayer dollars that we collect through the tax system. I, for one, believe that as much as possible, a government should be leaving Albertans' money in Albertans' pockets. And so any tax income that we would generate, which we need to deliver government programs, we need to treat with the utmost respect and deliver most efficiently. This rule will ensure that our spending remains contained and defensible. Again, we've worked hard as a government to bring our per capita spending in line with other provinces over the last 3 years on a per capita basis. Mission accomplished. Now I believe we are at the opportune point to limit spending increases for population growth, which is defensible. As more people move to Alberta, we have to have a bigger healthcare system. We have to fund enrollment growth in education. And the other metric, of course, is inflation. Of course, as we face inflation, the costs of everything go up, and we have to recognize that we have to adjust government spending for both of those factors, inflation and population growth. This rule, though, I believe, will ensure that Alberta's government expenditures remain sustainable in the long term, and that's critical.
So in the past, we know that at times Alberta has, in a boom economy, has had both population growth and inflation rates higher than comparator provinces. How do we deal with that? We've talked a lot in the last 4 years about comparator provinces and where we rank. How do we deal with that sort of going forward when we recognize that, Alberta's been calling, people are coming, economic growth is happening? How do we then maintain our comparator province sort of equivalency?
And Chair, that's why we absolutely have to have population growth as one of the factors that allows for defensible increases in spending, because people are coming to Alberta. Families are moving in by the thousands. It's such a good news story. It really bodes well for the future of the province. But with that comes an increased requirement for government services, whether it's in our healthcare system or education system. And that's why having effectively an allowance for increases in population growth and inflation, to have that kind of spending increase allowance is critical. Again, there will also, I believe, in some cases, be an economies of scale benefit. In other words, we can deliver even more efficiently as the volume of our delivery increases. That's a factor. And I think when you look at the profile of provincial government spends across the country, the larger provinces, there's one or two exceptions, but generally the larger provinces on a per capita basis can deliver a bit more efficiently. However, I believe if we keep our spending increases to population growth and inflation, we will provide defensible spending levels, a defensible spending ceiling for Albertans. Now, lastly, Chair, through you to the member, our spending ceiling, if you will, is a ceiling. It's not a target. We will also be measuring Alberta's per capita government spending with that of comparator provinces. That will remain a fiscal anchor. That will remain a measurement stick, if you will, to ensure that Alberta continues to deliver efficiently. But on top of that, we will identify a spending ceiling in this fiscal rule.
Very good, and thank you very much, through you, Chair, to the Minister for that explanation. And I think that is a really critical piece. I think it might be the most important piece in this entire budget, is that framework that you're putting in place for the future. And so I'm appreciative of that, absolutely. I want to talk a little bit about some of the exceptions. You've talked about it a little bit before, but again, for the benefit of those out there who are going to watch this to try to understand this budget, can you just talk about what would constitute an emergency or an exception? You've talked a little bit about APIP. With the other member, you talked a little bit about sort of the mechanism around this, but just explain, perhaps, for the audience out there. We've had the contingency fund, which was a great idea at the beginning, because too often we had emergencies that threw our budget right out the window. Well, not right out the window, but it certainly made it difficult to come in on budget. So can you just explain a little bit about how this is going to work? What constitutes an emergency? What constitutes an exception, and that sort of piece?
Chair, I appreciate the question. Firstly, we are increasing Alberta's contingency amount in this budget, and it's really reflective of the contingency pressures that we've had over the last number of years. Back in 2021, just the cost of crop insurance, which was a government obligation because of the province-wide drought, just that cost alone was about $2.4 billion, $2.5 billion. So very, very significant. This last year, even though we had crops that in many areas were average or even better, we had significant hail damage, and with elevated crop prices, our agriculture insurance indemnity projection is over $1 billion, even this next year. That's one reason why we've increased that contingency to $1.5 billion. Now, in terms of exceptions to these expenditure rules, again, number one, any expenses that are incurred because of a disaster or an emergency, and the disaster or emergency have to be events that are declared such by an order in council, by cabinet. So there's going to be some real strict guidelines there, number one. And again, we have to have that exception. Otherwise, we couldn't deal with a province-wide drought or perhaps a fire or flood like we've had over the last decade or 15 years. Of course, another exception, as I noted earlier, is our payments under the Alberta Petrochemical Incentive Program. Sometimes we can't, a project might finish sooner than was scheduled. And so that would be an exception, a defensible exception. Another exception would be a dedicated revenue. In other words, there could be revenue from a third-party source earmarked for a specific project, and we don't want to not be able to participate in that project because of these fiscal rules. So again, for dedicated revenue, we can increase spending, in-year spending beyond the budgeted amount. There's also exceptions for non-cash accounting adjustments because of changes in accounting rules and write-ups or write-downs on investments. Those are important exceptions to make these rules durable in the long term.
That's excellent. That was a very excellent explanation. Thank you for that. Very quickly, because I don't think we have very much time, perhaps you could just speak a little bit to the surpluses and the Alberta Fund and practically speaking how that's going to work for this year's budget.
Sure. So that's a great question. We're not going to have a lot of time to get the full answer out. Ultimately, in 23-24, we're projecting, again, a $2.4 billion surplus. Now, that's not necessarily a cash surplus. That will get converted to a cash basis. There are many non-cash adjustments in a surplus calculation. But at least half of...
Sorry, Minister, we'll have to wait for the next block. We'll now move on to the official opposition for 10 minutes, back and forth again with the Minister.
Yes, I'd like to request that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Member Phillips.
Acceptable.
Very good. Thank you, Minister. So let's just pick up this piece around appropriations and allocation of the Alberta Fund. I just want to confirm my understanding that the Appropriations Act piece of it is not in Bill 10, and I haven't made an error there. I want to make sure that I am correct. And then confirm my understanding that given that we've just sort of canvassed the waterfront on this topic, and it's been pretty unequivocal that there is a mechanism to do Appropriations Act, that the Minister would be open to an amendment on that, because it certainly seems otherwise that we don't, that the budget then can change at any given moment, and certainly on the expenditure side. And then if the Minister can talk a little bit about the reins on this projections piece, because we know projections are volatile. The Minister has first-hand experience with this. We missed our projections by $16 billion in 2020, given the economic shocks in this province, both on oil prices and due to COVID. That's why we ran a $24 billion deficit, the largest in 30 years in Canada. So there's no question that volatility in projections is a tough business here in Alberta. So if we don't need to go before the legislature to allocate the Alberta Fund, which right now we don't, what are the other reins on it? It used to be that we would get this information to the public through the quarterly reporting, but this allows us to issue projections outside the quarterly reporting process.
Good, Chair, good questions. And firstly, I want to just ensure that we correct the record. While at one of our fiscal updates during those days of darkness with the Triple Black Swan event, we were projecting a deficit north of 20 billion. Our deficit that year came in, I believe, at $16.9 billion. My department can just, they're nodding. 16.9 billion. So it came in, significantly lower than our mid-year fiscal update. So fortunately, the deficit was not as high as the member noted. With respect to the first line of questioning on the Alberta Fund, again, this act is subject to, and it's subject to our Financial Administration Act. And that Financial Administration Act requires all government spending to be subject to an appropriations bill unless it's statutory in nature. And so this will ensure that, again, the legislature votes on any expenditures out of the Alberta Fund. Again, the Alberta Fund, with respect to this one eligible use of funds, one-time expenditures that are non-recurring, simply allows a government to go to a fund where there's cash instead of going to capital markets to borrow. That's effectively what this accomplishes. All the spending is still subject to all the oversight of the budget process and an appropriations bill and all the debate that goes with that bill. And you know, while the member's working on the next question, you know, I'm happy to talk about the importance of the Alberta Fund, because in the event we didn't have an Alberta Fund, then the cash would simply go into a bank account without any further structure whatsoever. The Alberta Fund has structure that an unstructured fund would not have. And again, there's only 3 uses for funds from, effectively for cash from the Alberta Fund. Number 1, debt repayment will be prioritized. That's important to me. Number 2, governments can choose to transfer more funds to the Heritage Savings Trust Fund. I'm going to look forward to the conversation around the decision and debate around the tension between further investment and debt repayment. And of course, the third option is for one-time non-recurring expenditures. But again, those expenditures completely subject to the budget process and appropriations bill, all the requirements of the financial act.
Thank you. Let's go on to the first point, I believe, in the business plan, which is around, or is it the second? It is, sorry, it's the second. It's this business of an Alberta Revenue Agency. So economist Trevor Tombe estimated the cost of an Alberta Revenue Agency at $500 million annually. And based on the CRA scale, some preliminary analysis shows an increase in 5,000 FTEs for the core public service, roughly a 20% increase. CRA is the largest department in the core federal service, civil service. It's possible that the Canadian Forces are larger, but they aren't considered core public service in Ottawa's accounting documents. What is the cost modeling that the Department of Treasury Board and Finance has done? Is Mr. Tombe wrong with those cost projections?
Chair, the work is ongoing, but based on the work we have to date, I would say that Trevor Tombe is low.
Is low for an Alberta Revenue Agency at $500 million a year?
And an Alberta Revenue Agency would be a very significant undertaking, and that's why it's important we do the work. That's why it's important that we understand what the projected costs would be. It's important we understand what the opportunities would be, as well as what the impact would be on Albertans. And so, again, we're going to be very pleased to share that work with certainly all members of the Chamber and with Albertans broadly, but we need to complete the work. But I want to point out an Alberta Revenue Agency to collect and manage the full collection process and the full administration process of an Alberta tax return, if you will, is a very, very significant effort.
Indeed. Even filing one's taxes can be an irritating effort, if not significant. So doing it twice, I'm not sure if that's the best retail politics that we can choose to do 75 days out of an election. There's some analysis that shows an increase in 5,000 FTEs for the core public service for such an undertaking. Is that about right? Too high, too low?
Again, Chair, we're still doing the work, but it will. We believe that again, based on our early analysis, it will require thousands of additional government staff in order to deliver on this kind of a mandate.
Wow, I feel like we would rather hire 5,000 teachers or nurses or healthcare aides than 5,000 tax collectors. But I guess that's just me. Maybe it's some other folks too. So let's go on to the
there's another piece here which has to do with the Alberta pension plan proposal. So that's point number 3 in the business plan. Minister just made reference to the data set being updated in December of 2021. Is it anticipated that that report will be released? Sort of what's the timeline for that?
Chair, firstly, with respect to an Alberta Revenue Agency and an Alberta pension plan, in both cases, we believe doing the work's important. With an Alberta Revenue Agency, we are quite confident we can get this work done largely internally at not significant cost. And we think it would be important for Albertans to understand, again, what the costs and opportunities are in an Alberta Revenue Agency. So to do the work, I think is entirely defensible. And I won't speculate on the outcome. I think the members noted perhaps some of the challenges that exist with an Alberta Revenue Agency, but it's important we do the work and we also understand what the opportunities may be as well. With an Alberta pension plan, really the same premise applies. We believe it's important that we're transparent with Albertans. We believe it's important that we look at every opportunity that may advantage Alberta within this confederation. And there's been work done by a number of entities that would point to the fact that an Alberta pension plan may offer real opportunity for the people of Alberta. That's why we've taken on this project. In fact, the Fair Deal panel recommended that the Alberta government do a deep dive, do the analysis. And Chair, the work's complex. There is so much complexity to do the actuarial work related to an Alberta pension plan. We need to understand of the hundreds of billions of dollars that CPPIB is managing, what would be Alberta's share in the event we chose to go on our way? That's one question. Obviously, we would have to ensure that we can deliver on the investment function, which I'm confident we could.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to Government Caucus for a 10-minute block. Who has the questions for Government Caucus? Member Isaac, are you still on the floor? Go ahead, Member Isaac.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go back to the point that we were talking about previously, and that is about the Alberta Fund and the interesting concept that it is, and how it uses surpluses. You mentioned it on page 20 of the fiscal plan. And so, again, maybe we can pick up where we left off. How would this work practically speaking for the forecasted surplus for this budget?
Sure. So we're forecasting a $2.4 billion surplus for this upcoming year. And we're forecasting cash availability of about $2.9 billion as a result of, after you do all the non-cash adjustments and non-surplus adjustments that in fact affect cash. And so again, based on the requirements in terms of fiscal framework affecting surplus, at least half of that surplus would have to be applied to debt that's maturing during the year. So in this case, it would be a minimum of $1.45 billion would have to be allocated to debt maturing during the course of the year. Now we have we have several $billion of debt that's maturing this upcoming year, and I can tell you my preference in surplus management is to be deferential to debt repayment. And so again, a minimum of 50% of any surplus has to go to debt repayment. Governments can choose to put all of it towards debt repayment if they would choose that option. And I personally think that would not be a bad option, given the fact that creating additional fiscal room is essential. The best way to create fiscal room is to pay down debt. However, the government could, after making the minimum debt repayment of $1.45 billion, could put the remaining $1.45 in the Alberta Fund. And again, that cash would sit in the fund. It could be used for future transfers to the Heritage Savings Trust Fund, be held for future debt repayment, or be used by the government for one-time non-reoccurring expenditures related to government priorities. But again, expenditures that are subject to an appropriations bill and a budget process. And that's critical to understand.
Thank you for that. Okay, so Let's move on. Let's move on to some affordability measures. It isn't a secret at all that this government is pretty committed to making life more affordable for Albertans. I think we've shown that during this period of inflation, which we haven't seen for a very, very, very long time. You know, people's costs of living are rising. I hear often on the doors about the price of lettuce and how much a red pepper costs and all those sorts of things. So perhaps we can talk about what are the new actions. We certainly know what the affordability plan that's been executed so far has been, but maybe you can talk about the new actions that you're taking in Budget 2023 to help Albertans with inflationary pressures and the costs of living.
Sure. Chair, through you, I'd like to thank the member for the question because affordability is a great concern with so many households right now. We are at a time where, you know, we've not seen these kinds of inflation rates for decades, quite frankly. And we came out with a very comprehensive affordability package approach. Again, made possible because of real fiscal discipline and strong financial results in the previous couple of years. But what's new in this budget? Well, there's a number of items that are new, but number one, I'll start with additional support for our post-secondary students. In this budget, we are reducing our interest rate on student loans down to prime. So that's both a 1 and 2 point reduction in interest rate, which will have a real effect on for students repaying their student loan. The second thing we're doing for our post-secondary students is we're extending the grace period. And that is the period when interest doesn't accrue and when repayment on student loans is not required. We're extending that period from 6 months to 1 year. We think that's important so that new graduates can get their feet under them, that they don't have to be looking over their shoulder at a student loan that's, you know, increasing in interest costs, and they can, you know, get started on their career, ideally get settled in their community, and before they have to start worrying about the repayment of student loan. We're also increasing the threshold for the repayment assistance program, and that's an assistance program where that supports students who are paying back student loans. Historically, the threshold to be eligible for that program was $25,000 per year in terms of annual income. We're moving that up to $40,000 a year. Again, just given inflationary pressures. If there are graduates that are earning less than $40,000 a year, they can receive assistance through this repayment assistance program with respect to student loans. But you know, there are other things. One thing we're doing in this budget, of course, and this was announced earlier, but it bears repeating. It's reflected in this budget is the fact that we're reindexing. You know, many social programs that were paused earlier, and we are indexing our personal tax system. And again, firstly, to be completely transparent, that's a commitment we made to Albertans when we paused indexing. We said when we got our fiscal house in order, we would be reindexing the programs as well as our personal tax system. So that's number one. But number two, it comes at a very appropriate time, at a time when we see significant inflation. And here's the good news about our timing. Our indexing decision will capture that big inflationary year of 6%. So, you know, in terms of payments to ACE recipients, they're going up by 6% this year, which is $100 a month. Our Alberta Seniors benefit is going up. Family and child tax credit is going up. And of course, our personal tax system is being indexed to accommodate this big rise in inflation and CPI.
Thank you very much for that. So maybe we can talk a little bit about, you've got $2.2 billion allocated towards affordability. That's on page 84. Can you just break down really quickly how that $2.2 billion breaks down across the affordability measures?
Sure, I'll work to do this quickly. Much of this is in fact tax relief. Our fuel tax relief program for the 23-24 year is projected to provide $470 million of relief to Albertans. Now, it may supply more relief depending on oil prices July on. Our indexation of the personal tax system is going to provide additional tax savings for Albertans of $676 million. The supports for post-secondary students, just in this upcoming year alone, is going to be $38 million. It will be $70 million thereafter every fiscal year. Our electricity and natural gas rebates are projected to be $48 million. And I have to say, those rebates over the course of this fiscal plan, including last year, have been close to $1 billion. So very significant support for utility rebates. Again, indexation of social programs, almost $200 million. The direct affordability payments, these are direct support payments we're making to families with children. We're making to Alberta seniors, many who are on a fixed income, and making to our most vulnerable, will cost $547 million. We're increasing wages for those who work in our social sector. And this was, again, very necessary given the inflation pressure. That's going to be costing $110 million. So again, there's additional supports through our school transportation fuel price contingency program of $18 million. This will support school boards as they look to put buses on the road with the high cost of fuel. All told, it will be effectively $2.25 billion for the upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you for that. You know what? Knowing those bulk numbers is really important, I think, for Albertans to really understand the sort of scale, particularly on the utilities and the fuel tax. So, but here's a question for you. How long do you expect that Albertans are going to require inflation and affordability relief measures like the ones that have been talked about, especially, utilities, gas tax, etc. We know that the gas tax reduction, or I guess right now it's an elimination.
Thank you for the remaining time this morning. We'll go to the official opposition. You've got about 7 minutes back and forth with the minister again.
Yes, I'd like to request such a thing, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Member Phillips.
So I just want to return to this tax collection business. So here we have, just on page 245 around expenses, we have a 40% increase in fiscal planning and economic analysis. And I'm going to assume that part of this is folks who will be examining some of these, as the minister said, that we have to examine this proposal of an Alberta tax revenue agency. But at a cost of, the minister has just said, and I was frankly shocked to hear it, north of $500 million, and at a cost of hiring thousands of new tax collectors into the GOA. Is it not the case that sometimes some ideas are just not worth spending millions of dollars of new analysis on? Are we doing analysis of publicly funded flights to the moon, deep sea education delivery for K-12 education? Like, at some point, we have to dismiss ideas because they are expensive and probably unrealistic. So why are we not at that point with this work, and why is it still in the business plan as point number 2 when it's clearly just incredibly expensive and inefficient?
So Chair, this work is going to be done at very low cost within our department, and it's not reflected in that increased budget line that the member raised. It's actually that this work is being done in another department and will not be particularly costly at all. But the reason we're doing the work is Albertans have the question. This was a question that came up at the Fair Deal panel, and as the Fair Deal panel traveled around the province, many Albertans had the question, what are the opportunities, what are the costs with an Alberta Revenue Agency? And so that's why we're doing the work. We can do the work at a much lower cost than understanding what public flights cost to go to the moon. I can tell you that. So we're going to get this work done. Albertans have the question, and it will be important that Albertans, again, can understand the costs and opportunities with respect to an Alberta revenue agency that would effectively administer a personal Alberta tax system.
So this idea has been circulating, as the minister points out, for some time through Fair Deal panel and what have you. It's been circulating even before that for many years. I remember when Ian McClellan chaired a little panel on some of these sort of firewall adjacent ideas back in the, was it late 90s, early 2000s, and government dismissed him at the time. Some of these things have been around a long time. So clearly the minister has the answer to this one. Why is it still then appearing in a business plan? It was here last year, or it's been around for a while. It was certainly a recommendation of the Fair Deal panel. And the minister said that it's a low cost, low resource work to do. And he was fairly unequivocal about how expensive it is. So why haven't we just said to Albertans, yeah, this is super expensive, we're not doing it. Next topic. Why won't we just rule it out and use government's limited time and resources? I always used to say in government that after money, the most scarce resource is a minister's time and government time. So why are we still sort of perennially studying this recommendation that is really, really bonkers expensive?
Again, Chair, we're pulling our work together. It's not going to be particularly expensive to pull this body of work together and to be transparent with Albertans. Many Albertans have the question around an Alberta Revenue Agency and our own tax system. They see what Quebec does, and I think that's what piques the interest of many Albertans. And so we owe it to them to do the work, and we're intent on doing it. It wasn't in my business plan last year, so we're just doing the work now, and we will get this work completed. The Fair Deal panel considered this question. They didn't make the recommendation to pursue it, but they considered the question, and I think the fact that the question was there is indicative of the fact that many Albertans have the question. What are the opportunities and costs of an Alberta Revenue Agency and personalized Alberta tax system? We're going to do that work. It's not going to be particularly costly, and we're going to be transparent with Albertans. I don't know what the aversion is to doing the work.
Well, I mean, asking questions that we know are expensive and time-consuming to answer. But let's move on to the CPP question. It was reported that there would be a referendum in 2024. So why not in 2023 when we are doing an election exercise anyway? And can we expect the CPP report before that or not? What is the expectation here?
So I guess in terms of timing, firstly, we received this data set in December, and the work that our actuaries used to put together the report to date was a data set from 2018. And so we were really pleased to receive this current data set, and the work will be done in May. So realistically, this report will be released sometime after the end of May. And I know many Albertans are looking forward to the results of the report. One thing that will be important, it will be important that when we release the report, many Albertans will have lots to say about the concept of an Alberta pension plan. I believe, the conclusions drawn in this report will be pretty compelling. That's my expectation. But we need to ensure that we're offering significant time for Albertans to really look at all the information in front of them. So to speed this thing up, try to do it, all before the election in May, I think would be disingenuous and irresponsible. We think Albertans need to have, sufficient time to evaluate this important question. And again, I will say this, an Alberta pension plan, I believe, holds great promise for Albertans in the future, but we'll let the report speak for itself.
Okay, and with that, my time is elapsing, Mr. Chair. I will turn things back to you.
Well, thank you very much. If there's no further questions, I apologize for the interruption, but I must advise the committee that the time allotted for this portion of consideration of the ministry's estimates has concluded. I'd like to remind committee members that we are scheduled to meet next this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. to continue our consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Treasury, Board and Finance. Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.
Hello, and welcome to the Alberta Legislature's online tour. My name is Matt, and I'm one of the historical interpreters that's going to show you around. Now, to start the tour, we're going to talk a little bit about the history of the legislature grounds themselves. Now, strangely enough, this spot by the North Saskatchewan River has actually been used for thousands and thousands of years as a place of democracy and celebrations. You see, way before Europeans ever stepped foot in this land, it was used by many different First Nations. In fact, the Nahiawak had a word for this stretch of land that they called Pehonan, which roughly means a place to gather or a meeting place. And when they would meet here, they would hold marriage ceremonies, they would have annual celebrations like sun dances, they would discuss politics, and they would trade with one another. Now, speaking of trade, eventually, when the fur trade would move this far west, the Hudson's Bay Company would establish their fifth and final rendition of Fort Edmonton in a spot just south of where the legislature building sits today. And in its heyday, Fort Edmonton was a hub of trade between the European fur traders and the First Nations and Métis peoples. In fact, the Nahiawak came here so often they had a word to refer to Fort Edmonton, and that was Amisquichy Waskahagan, which roughly means Beaver Hills House. In fact, it's also important to note that the spot that the legislature sits and a large chunk of the province of Alberta sits on Treaty 6 territory, traditional home of many different First Nations and Métis peoples. Now, jumping forward a little bit, when the fur trade would end, settlement would begin to rise in the Prairie West. And before Alberta was a province, it belonged to the Northwest Territories of Canada. And only after years and years of campaigning for provincehood did the federal government finally grant the request. And on September 1st, 1905, the provinces of Saskatchewan and Alberta were formed. Now, in Alberta's case, they needed a capital city. So a few years later, in 1907, they started construction of the legislature building. In 1912, they officially opened the building, and ever since then, this spot has been the center of provincial democracy here in Alberta. So next up, we're going to take you inside the legislature, and I'm going to talk to you about an important figure in Alberta's past. Hello, and welcome inside the Alberta Legislature. Now, when you visit the legislature as a guest, the first thing that you're going to do is walk through our security. And when you do, you'll look up and you'll see the statue of this lovely woman right here. Now, this is Princess Louise Caroline Alberta, and she is who our province is named after. She was the fourth daughter of Queen Victoria and a member of the British royal family. Now, Louise wasn't your typical royal. In fact, in those days, she was known as a bit of a rebel. She believed in women's rights and shared her opinions publicly, becoming a bit of an activist. She also rebelled against the royal norm when it came time for her to pick a husband. For royal standards, it was expected that she would marry a prince or someone else with royal blood, although none of the suitors at the time really met her standards for a match. So she married a man named John Douglas Sutherland Campbell, the Marquis of Lorne. He wasn't a commoner by any means, but he definitely wasn't someone who would be suitable to marry a princess like her. So, to help elevate his status, he was given the title of Governor General of Canada, and he served with that title from 1878 until 1883. While John Douglas was Governor General, he helped name parts of this country. In fact, he came to this part of the country, saw the Rocky Mountains, saw the beautiful land, and he said, "I want to name this land after something equally beautiful in my life, after my lovely wife, Louise." He went to the government at the time, and he suggested that they name it Louise Land. Now, if you're sitting there thinking that's a terrible name, well, you're right, and the government at the time agreed with you. So they said, no, John Douglas, we don't like that name, try again. And Princess Louise was actually the one who got involved and said, if you're going to name it after me, can you use Alberta? Because not only does it honor me, it honors my father, Prince Albert, who she was very close to and who died while she was really young. So, there you have it. That's why Alberta is called Alberta. So now that you know about our Princess Louise, it's time to take you inside the Alberta Legislature's rotunda.
This is the main rotunda of the legislature building. This is the first space you come into once you're finished with all the security. It's also where we hold lots of events and ceremonies throughout the year, including Celebrate the Season, which is a number of weeks in December where choirs and other musical groups can come into the legislature and perform right on our grand staircase. Now, you'll also see right behind me a fountain which was first installed in 1959 to celebrate the first official visit of Queen Elizabeth II. And above our heads in the rotunda, you can see a bunch of flags. These flags are regimental standards. They represent different military units from here in Alberta. But what is the actual purpose of the legislature building? Well, this is the home and workplace of our provincial government. This is where the laws that govern Alberta are debated and made by the members of the Legislative Assembly, or MLAs. These are the people elected to represent everyone across the province of Alberta. And they do all of this work right up the grand staircase and inside the chamber, which we'll be seeing later on today. The legislature didn't exist until 1912, but the Legislative Assembly wanted to start meeting as soon as 1906. So there was a number of years where they had to find other places to hold session. For most of those years, they met in the Mackay Avenue Schoolhouse, which is actually still standing just a few blocks from the legislature. But for the very first meeting, in March of 1906, they wanted to do something a little bit special. So they actually met in the local hockey rink, Thistle Rink. They covered up the ice with sawdust and carpets, and that's where the elected members sat. And 3,000 people from across the province came to watch and were seated up in the bleachers. It's part of why they chose such an unconventional location, because it could accommodate that many people who were excited to see their government in action for the first time. So our assembly moved from hockey rink to schoolhouse, and then finally around November of 1911, they started meeting here in the legislature building. But we've already said that the legislature wasn't completed until 1912, so they actually moved in a little bit before it was ready to go. And so during one of those first few months here, a bit of plaster actually crumbled off one of the pillars in the chamber and fell right next to Premier Sifton's head. He wasn't hurt. He did try to claim it was a plot from the opposition trying to take him out. It wasn't. That's just what happens when you move into a building that is still a work in progress. Despite that setback, the Legislative Assembly of Alberta has used this legislature building for session ever since. And it's also a place where members of the public can come in either to watch session in action or to come for a tour with myself and my colleagues. Now, we have one more statue to check out here on the main floor before we start moving up to check out the rest of the building.
Hello, everyone. My name is Silverius, and I'll be telling you all about our statue of Chief Crowfoot here. Chief Crowfoot was a head chief of the Niitsitapi, as well as a signatory of Treaty Number 7. The Niitsitapi, or in English, the Blackfoot Confederacy, is a government or alliance of several First Nations found here in the province of Alberta. It's very similar to how a country might have several provinces, states, and territories. The Blackfoot Confederacy is made up of the Kainai, or Blood Nation, the Siksika, or Blackfoot Nation, and the Piikani, or the Northern and Southern Pagan Nations. And on Chief Crowfoot's statue, you can see several items that are very important to traditional Niitsitapi ways of life. So in his left arm there, he is holding a pipe bag, which likely would have held a pipe and a stem, as well as a little bag of tobacco. This is because in Niitsitapi culture, it's a very common practice, both historically and today, to exchange a small gift the very first time you meet someone. Just like how you might shake hands the very first time you meet someone. So the fact that we see Chief Crowfoot with his pipe bag likely shows that he was welcoming to and willing to work with new people. And because his statue is here in the Alberta Legislature Rotunda, it shows that the building and the people who work here are also welcoming to and willing to work with new people. In his right arm there, he's holding a riding crop. This is because horses in traditional Niitsitapi culture are a sign of wealth and status. And as an older man, Chief Crowfoot held very high status in his nation, owning several hundred horses at once. And it was this status, as well as some of his diplomatic qualities as a person, that eventually led him to becoming one of the head chiefs of his people. This is a little bit in contrast to his life as a younger man. As a younger man, we know Chief Crowfoot as a very intelligent and brave warrior. By the time he was 20 years old, he had fought in 19 battles and had gained several injuries and honors that helped establish that prestige later on in life. And it was this mix of qualities, it was the fact that he was both a warrior and a diplomat that eventually led him to becoming one of the head chiefs of his people and persuading them to take Treaty Number 7. Speaking of Treaty 7, in the center of his chest there, we can see Crowfoot wearing a treaty medal. This was given to him when he decided to mark Treaty 7. And Treaty 7 is one of the 3 major treaties found throughout the province of Alberta, the other 2 being Treaty 8 in northern Alberta and Treaty Number 6 right here in central Alberta, which includes the land the legislature building is built on. Now, at the time of their signing, there was a lot of reluctance and hesitancy from a bunch of different First Nations chiefs about whether or not they thought it was a good idea to take treaty. Chief Crowfoot decided to take treaty for a variety of reasons. One of those being the fact that the bison, which was a primary and traditional food source for the Niitsitapi, was gradually going extinct. Also, American traders were threatening traditional Niitsitapi ways of life by introducing things like whiskey and repeating rifles into their culture. But a few years before marking Treaty 7, Chief Crowfoot met and became friends with a man named James McLeod, who was an assistant commissioner for the Northwest Mounted Police. James McLeod, as well as a few other officers from the Northwest Mounted Police, helped the Niitsitapi chase those American traders back to the United States. And so, it was Crowfoot's good feelings towards the Northwest Mounted Police and the fact that he knew his world was gradually changing that led him to ultimately take Treaty 7 and convince his fellow head chiefs to do the same. The fact that we have Chief Crowfoot's statue here in the Alberta Legislature Rotunda reminds us that in Alberta, we all live on and benefit from treaty land. He also reminds us of the incredibly complicated histories of the treaties. These treaties helped with the foundation of very important institutions, like our very own government system. They also allowed many settlers, including our own ancestors, to make homes here in the province of Alberta. But of course, this was at the expense of the languages, cultures, traditional ways of being, and lives of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. There is work being done to reconcile these histories and make living in Canada a more equitable place for everyone, including the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. To learn more about these initiatives, as well as the histories of the treaties, you can look them up online, or hopefully, you'll eventually be able to take a tour of the Alberta Legislature from a heritage interpreter just like me. Now that we've looked at one of Alberta's prominent First Nations leaders, we're going to take a deeper look at the leader of Alberta's government system, the Premier.
Along this half of the third floor, we have our gallery of former premiers of Alberta. This gallery is set right in front of the Premier's office, which stretches off through the east wing of the building. These portraits are done as a way to commemorate a person's time as head of the provincial government. So traditionally, they aren't started until a person has finished their time in that role, however long that time may be. You can see in some of the more modern portraits that the premiers are able to personalize their paintings just a little bit. They're able to choose which artist does their portrait for them, and then they can communicate with the artist any symbols or elements that they would like to include. So, how does a person become Premier of Alberta? Well, first you have to be made leader of a provincial political party, and then that party needs to win the most seats in the election. Of course, it's also important that a Premier run as an MLA in a specific constituency of Alberta. Although it's technically possible for a person to be Premier without being a member of the Legislative Assembly, it makes it very difficult to do the job when you're not able to sit in on the chamber during session. In Alberta, we don't set a maximum limit on how long a person is allowed to be in the role of Premier. Although we hold elections every 4 years or so, as long as a person maintains the confidence of their party and their party keeps winning the elections, sometimes a person can manage to stay Premier for a very long time. This is what happened with Premier Ernest Manning. He was in the role from 1943 to 1968. That's 25 years as head of the provincial government before he decided to step down. He also happened to be our youngest Premier when he was first elected. He was 34 years old. So that's part of why he had 2.5 decades to give to the position. Now that we've explored one of the elected positions within the legislature, we're going to move around to the other side of this floor and talk about one of the unelected or appointed positions within our democracy.
The west wall of the third floor features portraits of Alberta's royal representatives, the lieutenant governors. And if you have a look right over here, you'll be able to have a peek inside the lieutenant governor's office. Unlike the Premier, the Speaker of the House, or the MLAs, the Lieutenant Governor is not elected by Alberta's citizens. Nobody votes for them during an election, they don't campaign, and they're not a part of any political party. The Lieutenant Governor is appointed by the Governor-General of Canada based on recommendations from the Prime Minister of Canada. And the Lieutenant Governor can come from all backgrounds, but what matters most when picking a person for this role is the positive impact they've had on the province and its people. What exactly does this person do in our government structure? First and foremost, they represent Queen Elizabeth. Even though Canada is an independent nation, Queen Elizabeth is still technically our head of state. She's at the very tip top of our government structure, even above the Prime Minister of Canada. This means that all laws created in Canada, as well as its provinces and territory, need the Queen's approval before they can become official. Obviously, this isn't really possible given the fact that Queen Elizabeth lives halfway across the world. So, the Lieutenant Governor stands in for the Queen and approves the laws created in the legislature. Beyond this, they hold a bunch of ceremonial duties in the legislature, such as speech from the throne. This is a really grand ceremony where the Lieutenant Governor is allowed to enter into the chambers. Now, because the Lieutenant Governor isn't elected by Alberta citizens, they're technically not allowed into the chambers without permission. Once they're inside, they read a speech written by the current government that outlines that government's goals for the upcoming session. Once speech from the throne has been read, session, which includes things like introducing and debating new bills, can officially begin. And then, on the other end of things, when session is ready to wrap up for the year, the Lieutenant Governor officially ends it or prorogues it. The Lieutenant Governor also dissolves the Assembly when it's time for a provincial election, which gets things rolling towards the day of the vote. You've probably noticed that a lot of our Lieutenant Governors are wearing the same outfit. This uniform is called the Civil Half-Dress Uniform, and it reminds us that the Lieutenant Governor started out as a military position. That's also why you see them carrying a sword. And no, they never use the sword in any of their ceremonial duties. You've probably also noticed the gold embroidery here. That embroidery is made with real gold, and even though these people represent the Queen herself, they have to buy this uniform all on their own. This is a portrait of the Honourable Ralph Steinhauer. The Honourable Steinhauer was Canada's first Indigenous Lieutenant Governor, as well as an elected chief of Saddle Lake Cree Nation. As you can see, the Honourable Steinhauer changed this long-standing tradition of wearing the civil half-dress uniform, and instead, he chose to wear traditional chief's regalia for ceremonies like speech from the throne and royal assent. His regalia includes a full buckskin suit, a beaded tie, and a feathered headdress. And it's thanks to the Honourable Steinhauer that today's Lieutenant Governors get to choose whatever they want to wear and whatever they feel is appropriate. He also shows that the Lieutenant Governor can be a royal representative and a representative of the people of the province. We've got one more cool thing in the building that represents the Queen. It's called the mace, and we'll learn about that next. Next up on our tour of the Alberta Legislature, we're going to look at some objects that play an important role in our daily proceedings. First up, we're going to look at Alberta's mace. Now, I know what you're wondering. Why do we have a big fancy gold club? I mean, yes, it looks nice, but what purpose does it serve the legislature? Well, the mace, believe it or not, is actually an incredibly powerful symbol. It represents the monarchy itself, Queen Elizabeth II as our head of state, but more than that, it symbolizes the fact that the monarchy has given us, the people, the authority to govern ourselves. So since it represents all of us as a province, we wanted to make it as nice as possible. In 1956, we commissioned this mace for a budget of around $3,000. In 1956, that would be like buying a new car. It's made out of silver and gold. It has our provincial flower, the wild rose, carved into the handle, bison heads carved into the side, and on the very top, we have Canada's national animal, the beaver. But what has to be my favorite part are the gemstones along the crown. When they made this mace, they wanted to do something very fun and unique, so they created a secret code with these stones. If you take the first letter of each stone, you spell out the province's name. So we have an amethyst, lazurite, bloodstone, emerald, ruby, topaz, and agate. Alberta. Pretty fun, hey? So that's our current mace. But if we got it in 1956, what were we using before that? Well, before we got the fancy gold one, we had this one here. Now this mace might not look as fancy as the gold one, but it was also made out of interesting materials. You see, in 1906, when our province was young and going to meet for the very first time, our assembly forgot that they should have a mace. And like I said, the mace represents the monarchy and our power as a people. So it's a pretty big deal. Eventually, someone realized that they needed a mace, 2 weeks before they were going to meet for the very first time. Now, that's not a lot of time to make something as beautiful and well crafted as a mace. The gold one took 6 months. But they eventually found a man named Rufus E. Butterworth. He was a carpenter by trade, and he thought that he could do the job. Now, Butterworth did not have gold or silver or gemstones, so he had to improvise. He used whatever scrap materials he could find to get the job done. Now, we don't know the exact materials he used, but it's believed that he used a plumbing pipe, handles from a cup that you would mix shaving cream in, parts from an old bedstead, wood, a piece of cushion, and possibly for the round part here, a toilet float. So yes, our first mace, our symbol of authority and power, was made with scrap materials. Pretty ingenious, if I say so myself. The last item that we're going to look at is the black rod. Now, if we were a bicameral legislature, meaning we had 2 houses like a Senate, then we would use the black rod instead of the mace. But since we're a unicameral legislature with 1 house, we use the black rod for a very specific purpose. When the Queen or her provincial representative, the Lieutenant Governor, wants to enter our provincial chamber, they have to ask permission first. So on those special occasions for speech from the throne or royal assent, our Sergeant-at-Arms will lead the Lieutenant Governor while holding the black rod and then knock on the doors to the chambers with this end here. Once the doors are open, the Sergeant-at-Arms asks the Speaker if they will permit entry to the Lieutenant Governor, and when entry is permitted, they proceed with the event.
Sergeant-at-Arms, admit Her Honor, the Honorable, the Lieutenant Governor.
So now that you've learned about the mace and black rod, we're going to take you to the first stop that the Sergeant-at-Arms and Speaker make during their procession, the chamber doors.
Here we have our main chamber doors. As we've mentioned, the chamber is the room where the Legislative Assembly meets to debate all of the laws that govern the province of Alberta. On and around the chamber doors, you can see lots of our provincial symbols, including a few versions of our provincial crest, that shield shape that you also see on our flag. The crest features the St. George Cross on top, an English flag that served lots of different purposes, but here it was used as a symbol by the Hudson's Bay Company. Underneath the cross, we have some of the landscape of Alberta. Mountains, foothills, prairies, and then all along the bottom, we have sheaves of wheat. You can see a lot of sheaves of wheat throughout the legislature building. Given our province's agricultural history, it's become one of our major symbols. You can see another version of our crest up above the doors as part of our coat of arms. Surrounding the crest, we have 3 different animals. Up top, under the crown, we have a beaver, symbol of Canada and representing our history with the fur trade. To the left, we have a lion representing the British monarchy. And to the right, representing the province itself, we have the pronghorn antelope. Now, they are a native species to the province of Alberta, but you don't find them running around the legislature grounds here. They live a little bit further south, closer to the US border. One fun fact about the pronghorn, although this doesn't really relate to the province, is that although it may look like a deer, the pronghorn is actually related to the giraffe. So there you go, our Alberta equivalent of the majestic giraffe. Underneath these animals, we have another big provincial symbol, that is the wild rose, our provincial flower. That's another image that you'll see throughout the legislature building, including right above our heads on the ceiling in this alcove. Finishing off the coat of arms, we've got our Latin motto for the province, Fortis et Liber, which means strong and free. It's something we've taken from the national anthem, and it's also sort of a hope for the province. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, let's check out the chamber itself.
This is the room in the Alberta Legislature where all the action happens. It's really the heart of the building. We have a lot to show you in here, so let's get started. While a law is being debated, and before it is given royal assent by the Lieutenant Governor, we call it a bill. The process of debating and refining a bill is called session. To make sure that session runs smoothly, we have a position called the Speaker of the House. This person sits in the chair at the head of the room and acts as a kind of moderator or a referee. Essentially, they make sure that everybody in the chamber follows the rules. For more detailed information about the Speaker of the House, their role and responsibilities, check out the video section dedicated to that position. To the Speaker's right sits the government. The government is formed by whatever political party wins the most seats in the last election. The current government is formed by the United Conservative Party. Sitting across from the government is the opposition. The opposition can actually be made up of multiple political parties depending on how the votes fall during an election. But the political party that wins the second most votes overall forms the official opposition. The current official opposition is formed by the New Democratic Party. This long table in the center is where the clerk and table officers sit. These people are often legal experts, and they help with the writing and editing of new laws, and they also assist the Speaker in maintaining order during session. At this end of the table right here, this dark green cushion is where the Sergeant-at-Arms places the mace. Once the mace touches that green cushion, session can officially begin for the day, and then the Sergeant-at-Arms returns to his chair by the chamber doors. Not including the seats for the clerks and table officers and the Sergeant-at-Arms, there are 87 seats in the chamber, one for every elected member of the Legislative Assembly. These members, or MLAs, are the people that Albertans vote for during a provincial election. They come from all regions of the province, as well as all backgrounds. And because it would be impossible for every single Albertan citizen to come to this building to create laws together, the MLAs act as representatives for every individual in their region. Because the MLAs represent you, you are always more than welcome to watch session. And you can do that in one of the two galleries. The gallery above the opposition is called the Members Gallery, and the identical gallery on the opposite side of the chamber is called the Public Gallery. If the Assembly is in session, these galleries are always open to the public. You don't need to call ahead and reserve a spot, you don't need to pay, and you can come and go as you please so long as you remain quiet. Keep in mind, however, that you are only allowed to watch in these galleries. Things like heckling and applause are not permitted. For information about hours that the Assembly is sitting, you can check out our website. If you can't make it to watch session in person, you can watch it on TV, on various social media platforms, or through our website. The cameras you see recessed into the walls record session from start to finish every single day. Also, every word said in the chamber is recorded and then typed up into an official document called Hansard, which is also released to the public. There are a couple other galleries in the room here. Above the Speaker's chair, we have the Media Gallery. This is, of course, reserved for media representatives and journalists so they can take notes during session. On the opposite side of the room, above the Sergeant-at-Arms, we have the Speaker's Gallery. This gallery is reserved for guests invited by the Speaker of the House. For example, the Speaker often invites veterans to sit in this gallery close to Remembrance Day as a way to honor them for their service. The two pieces of art you see hanging in the Speaker's Gallery and the Media Gallery are the newest additions to the chamber. In English, they are called Sunrise and Sunset, and they were commissioned from the renowned Alex Janvier, a Dene-Suline artist from the Cold Lake First Nations. One of the things we believe they highlight is the fact that Treaties 6, 7, and 8 are legal, binding agreements so long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. The other prominent piece of art we see in the chamber is the stained glass of Princess Louise, the woman our province was named after. For more detailed information about the princess, check out the video section dedicated to her. From here, we're going to move on and learn a little bit more about a role I touched on briefly in this video, the Speaker of the House. Next, we're going to talk about an important figure in the Alberta legislature, the Speaker of the House. Now behind me, you can see some past speakers of our province, and in their portraits, you can see that they're wearing traditional court-styled robes. This is because their role is actually similar to that of a judge. They are the head of the legislative branch of our government, and they make sure that the debates and the proceedings happen in an orderly and fair way. You can sort of think of them like a referee of the assembly. They moderate the debates, and they make sure that both sides get a chance to speak. So now that you know a little bit about what they do, the next question might be, how do they get their job? Well, it's actually pretty simple. After a general election, every MLA has an opportunity to be nominated to become the Speaker of the Assembly. However, only a select few will ever get this honor. And after the list of nominees is approved and they accept their nominations, then every MLA participates in a secret ballot vote. This means that no one knows who you voted for, so you're free to vote for whoever you think will be the best Speaker of the province. Now, a fun Westminster tradition that we follow is, once a Speaker is officially chosen, the Premier and the leader of the official opposition will grab the Speaker and forcibly drag them to the Speaker's chair. This tradition comes from a time in British history when the role of the Speaker was not necessarily a safe one. You see, the Speaker used to actually have to report the proceedings of Parliament directly to the King. And if the King didn't like what the Speaker told him, well, let's just say that this is a time when he didn't want to make the King angry. So it's said that speakers of old used to hide in their homes, only going to the chamber when they were forcibly dragged to do so. Now, luckily today, the role of the Speaker is a safe one, and they are free to approach the position with the respect and honor that the title deserves. Next, we're going to show you a place that you normally don't get to see on tour, shown to you by the Speaker of the Assembly himself, the Honorable Nathan Cooper.
Hi, Speaker Cooper here, and I hope you're enjoying the tour of Alberta's legislature building. Right now, you're in room 400, and room 400 is actually the Speaker Suite. And when legislatures were built all across the country, often it was very difficult to travel to the capital. And so one of the benefits of being the Speaker is that they provided a permanent residence for the Speaker, and that's the room that we're in right now. It's not currently used as a permanent residence. Certainly I don't use it as that. And the last permanent residence was actually in the 1990s, early 90s, when Speaker Carter was the Speaker. He, in fact, was the last permanent resident here. The other very unique thing that happened here is Speaker Dawson. He's the longest serving Speaker, over 26 years. He actually died right here in the suite. It's said that the then health minister, who was an actual doctor, attended to him here in the suite. Some believe that he still visits the suite late at night when it's very quiet, that he can be seen sitting at this very table. I don't know, it's conjecture and hearsay to me. I've never seen Speaker Dawson, but some say that's the truth. The official record say that he actually died on the way to the hospital, but I think the official record was just to make folks feel a little more comfortable when coming into the suite at the time. This is a great space. One of the things that we also use it for, because it's not a permanent residence, is that the speaker actually has a bunch of official duties, and they are often hosting dignitaries, often ambassadors from other nations or consul generals, and that they want to build a trade relationship here with the province of Alberta, and so they want to have an official visit. Sometimes they have that with the Premier or the Lieutenant Governor, but if they are unable, then often the Speaker will fulfill that duty. To have that first official visit, they then go on to have meetings with other government officials after that's taken place. That's the primary purpose of this space right here, is hosting dignitaries and others who are visiting the province of Alberta. Thanks so much for joining us on the tour. Not too many people know about this space, but I'm glad that we were able to share it with you today on the tour.
Up here on the 5th floor, we have our gallery dedicated to the Famous Five. They were a group of 5 Alberta women who helped to fight to include women within the legal definition of persons. There was a time when the only people who legally counted as persons were white men over the age of 30 who owned a certain amount of property. This meant that, among other things, people outside of that definition, including women, were not eligible to be appointed to the Canadian Senate. Emily Murphy was the first female police magistrate in the British Commonwealth. She was appointed to that job in 1916, which happened to be the same year that women in Alberta won the right to vote in provincial elections. But because Murphy was not legally considered a person, her appearance in court was often challenged. In 1922, a group of activists were pushing for Emily Murphy to be appointed to the Canadian Senate. But this compelled the government to come forward and say that due to the definitions in the British North America Act, essentially the Canadian Constitution, Emily Murphy did not count as a qualified person and therefore couldn't be appointed. In 1927, Emily Murphy gathered together a group of women, later to be known as the Famous Five. This group included herself, Henrietta Muir-Edwards, Irene Parlby, Louise McKinney, and Nellie McClung. These women put together a petition to take to the Supreme Court of Canada asking whether or not the definition of persons included female persons. And what did the Supreme Court say? No. Now, the Supreme Court is the highest court within Canada. So in order to take this case any further, these women actually had to travel to England to speak to a group known as the Privy Council. This isn't an option anymore for Canadian citizens, as we've gained more independence from England. But at the time, if you were turned down by the Supreme Court, the Privy Council of the United Kingdom was your last chance. In 1929, these 5 women brought a refined version of their petition over to England to the Privy Council, asking the Privy Council, do women count in the definition of persons? And what did the Privy Council say? Yes. In fact, Lord John Sankey, who is the head of the Privy Council, mentioned that the days when women were excluded from these public offices is a relic of days far more barbarous than ours. And to those who ask, why should we include women? I say, why should we not? So finally, the Famous Five had won their case, what later came to be known as the Persons Case, and women were eligible to be appointed to the Canadian Senate. In fact, the year after the case, in 1930, Corrine Wilson became the first Canadian female senator. Unfortunately, Emily Murphy never got the chance, but I'm sure she was content with the fact that they won this case and changed that piece of the Canadian Constitution. Now, it's worth mentioning that this was just one fight for equality that has been fought in Canada. Many women and men were still not given full, equal legal status after the Persons Case, and it took much more time and much more effort to start including everyone within the legal definition of persons. So this can be seen as a starting point to expand our definition and include everyone within the considerations of the Canadian Constitution. Well, there you have it. On behalf of myself, Silverius, and Matthew, we want to thank you so much for joining us for this online video tour, and we hope to see you in person sometime in the near future.